Chapter 314. The space shuttling continued. Chi no longer needed to activate his energy to protect his body. He could pass through this space naturally and quietly. He was very clear about his current situation. Wind and thunder moved, and his energy increased instantly. His power seemed to have reached another peak. Not long after Yinling's voice disappeared, a low and gloomy voice rang in Chiyu's mind. Chiyu, I don't know if I should congratulate you or give you a blow, but at least the current you has made me feel a sense of crisis. It was the Bull Demon King. The low voice belonged to Old Bull. Chiyu didn't say anything and just listened to the Bull Demon King. He knew that the increase in his power meant that the Bull Demon King couldn't possibly separate from his body. Although he still couldn't figure out Old Bull's true background, the sense of danger he felt from Old Bull was decreasing as his power increased. Comprehending soul power allowed you to truly enter the world of experts. From now on, you can really be treated as an enemy by me, although we aren't on the same level. However, you have already made me feel a strong threat. This threat isn't your current power, but your potential. Old Bull's words were unprecedentedly sincere. At least, that was what Chiyu felt. He realized that Old Bull's emotions were a little off. However, he also understood many things from Old Bull's words. Old Bull, are you telling me that you have already reached this level long ago? Chiyu asked in a low voice. Bull Demon King said calmly, What do you think? Actually, in the past, I didn't treat you as an opponent. In other words, letting you use the life and death domain was, in a sense, intentional on my part. Otherwise, do you think you could use the Xianyuan sword to hurt my body with your power? Chiyu was stunned. He didn't think that Bull Demon King said this to cover up his failure. Old Bull's sincerity made him feel that everything was real. The joy in his heart gradually disappeared, and a faint fear gradually appeared in the depths of Chiyu's heart. Old cow, are you going to tell me? You can break through the life and death domain at any time. That's why I took you in as an envoy back then. To you, this is some kind of destination. Bull Demon King said, No, you are wrong. The reincarnation fruit was the fruit of the 3 great divine kings. It was also something that the water and fire gods had left in the human world. Even with my power, it's not enough to destroy the God King fruit's ability that can only be used once. I can't break the life and death domain. Chiyu was a little surprised and asked, If that's the case, then why did you let me capture you? Aren't you afraid that I'll sacrifice myself? Do you want me to destroy you too? The Bull Demon King said indifferently, Although I can't break the reincarnation fruit, it won't be that easy for you to destroy me. Ever since I came to this world, I have been pursuing the pinnacle of power, surpassing the peak of the gods, or in other words, following in the footsteps of the fire and water gods. However, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult to reach that level. My power has already reached a level that you couldn't even imagine back then. Even the previous, you couldn't continue to improve your power on Earth. You can imagine how difficult it is for me to improve my power. Even if I'm invincible on Earth, it can't satisfy my pursuit of power. The fire and water gods, that's what I'm pursuing. The appearance of the reincarnation fruit gave me hope. To be more precise, it's the origin of nature in your body that gave me hope. I know that only through your origin of nature can I ascend to a higher level. Obviously, you won't let me get away with it easily. Therefore, although it seemed like I wanted to kill you, I actually wanted to get close to you and find a way to obtain your origin of nature. In the battle with you, didn't you notice that I held back a few times? You're still too inexperienced. Think about it. Even Satan from hell can't win against me. How powerful were you when you first arrived at the age of the ancient beasts? How could you escape from me? The first time I led the beasts to attack you, I already noticed the origin of nature in your body. Therefore, I didn't kill you. Otherwise, even if Yi Ruo was using a fake Xianyuan sword, even if she was using the real Xianyuan sword, she wouldn't be a real threat to me when she used the ultimate Kirin's arm. In the end, I succeeded. I successfully entered your body. If you want to ask me why I'm not afraid of the effects of the domain of life and death, I can only answer you with one word. That is confidence. Chiyu felt his body turning cold. He obviously didn't expect the old cow's plan. The Bull Demon King was much more scheming than he had imagined. Coupled with his powerful abilities, it seemed like his intuition was right. The old cow was indeed the biggest threat. The bull demon king said plainly, although the domain of life and death can restrict me, if you commit suicide, my body will be destroyed. However, I have already understood the mysteries of the soul. My soul will survive. So what if my body is destroyed? At most, I will spend 1,000 years to possess a strong body. With 1,000 years of cultivation, I will be able to return to my original state. I'm betting that you won't be willing to die. In the end, I succeeded. The benefit of success is that I will become stronger and get closer to my goal. Even if I fail, I will just have to start all over again. Even though the life and death domain was still threatening me, my confidence told me that when I became as strong as I wanted to be, I would be able to break free from the life and death domain. Now it's not too late. Do you know that? Chiyu's aura was completely silent. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, "Then why are you telling me all these now? Are you trying to prove how stupid and arrogant I am?" No, you're wrong. I don't think you're stupid. Instead, I think you're the smartest and most talented human I've ever met. You're the most talented. Or rather, even if you include all the ancient beasts, there's no one who can compare to you. Chiyu sneered. Is this considered a compliment? Bull Demon King said indifferently, "You should be able to tell that these are my sincere words. Chiyu, a long time ago, I already possessed unparalleled strength. In this world, there are far too few people who are worthy of being my opponent. Back then, I did not place you in my eyes at all, so I did not even place you in my eyes. Therefore, I wasn't afraid of any unforeseen events. However, after coming into contact with you, you made me look at you in a different light. The reason why I said that you're smart and have talents that others don't is because you can always display your full strength in battle to the greatest extent. To put it simply, when you first arrived in the world of hell, do you still remember the battle with Sanaa? Under the circumstances at that time, your strength was actually not much stronger than Sanaa. His 10-winged strength was already very powerful. However, you could make use of all kinds of situations to defeat him. In terms of the use of one's own ability, he was far inferior to you. At that time, in our battle in the frozen spring, you displayed your full strength. If I was a little weaker, I wouldn't have been able to escape from your trap. Afterwards, I simply followed your trap. I fell into your domain of shared life and death. However, I only have one word to describe you. You're a genius. You used your own ability to create all kinds of situations that were advantageous to you in order to achieve the best results. You could even display 120% of your strength. Even I dare not say that I can compare to you. In this aspect, you're definitely worthy of my admiration. So what? I'm no match for you, am I? It seems. You've already found a way to escape from the domain of shared life and death. That's why you're telling me all this. Bull Demon King said, "Actually, I never thought of telling you all this. Today, I'm not telling you all this because I've found a way to break the domain of shared life and death. It's because you've made another breakthrough that I'm telling you all this. Do you know, you've already made me feel threatened? Your potential is so great that it makes me gasp in amazement. You've understood the true mysteries of the soul. This means that you can be like me, a true immortal. Under such circumstances, how can I not treat you as a true opponent? Chiyu, you have to continue working hard. Don't let me down." Chiyu frowned slightly. "What do you mean? Do you want me to be stronger than you so that I can deal with you?" Bull Demon King said, "Of course not. I'm looking forward to you becoming stronger because I'm looking forward to the appearance of someone who can be my opponent. Only when such an opponent appears can I have more motivation to improve my own ability. The greater the pressure, the greater the motivation. You should understand this better than me. However, to be honest with you, your current strength is still not enough. Continue to work hard. I hope that one day you can become my opponent. At that time, I think I'll have the chance to make another breakthrough. Your spring of nature is indeed a good thing. In a short time I've been in your body, it's already made my strength rise again. In the near future, you and I can't tell what will happen between us. However, your soul has already been upgraded to the current realm. I believe that you won't be willing to die, right? Between us, there's no need to use other circumstances to do anything. What we need to do is to improve our strength and see who can truly suppress the other. Chi didn't utter a word. Bull Demon King's words resounded in his heart. After a long time, when he felt that the time travel was about to end, a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face. It was a smile filled with confidence. "Old Bull, thank you." Bull Demon King's voice sounded after a long silence. "Thank me? I think you should hate me instead." Chi shook his head and said, "Why should I hate you? Actually, you haven't done anything detrimental to me. On the contrary, you've helped me many times and even saved my life. After listening to what you said, I thought a lot. I find that although what you said seems to be beneficial to you, have you ever thought that what you said, from a certain point of view, is also beneficial to me? It's only now that I've just upgraded my soul to a whole new realm that you feel threatened by me. However, have you ever thought that from the moment I accepted you as an envoy and used the life and death domain to restrict you, you've already exerted a huge pressure on me? Under this huge pressure, my motivation has always been full. Otherwise, even if I have the potential, I might not be able to improve to this level in such a short time." Old Bull was stunned for a moment and said, "What you said isn't unreasonable. It's just that I didn't think that you could pose any threat to me at that time, so I didn't notice it." Chi smiled and said, "The reason why I want to thank you is not only because of the pressure you've given me in the past, but also because of the timing when you spoke just now. Frankly speaking, the Wind Thundercloud Force has also been upgraded to near the peak realm, so I can't help but feel complacent. I'm the clearest about my own strength. Under such circumstances, your words can be said to be a blow to me, but at the same time, it's also a motivation for me. Don't worry, I'll work hard. One day, I'll have an evenly matched battle with you. At that time, it's still unknown who will emerge victorious. You have the confidence to break free from the life and death domain, so why don't I have the confidence to defeat you?" "All right," Bull Demon King shouted. "You're indeed a true man. I'll wait for that day to come. Chi, I have a whole new level of respect for you for being able to say such words. Perhaps the heavens have destined us to be enemies. However, under the circumstances of being enemies, I'm willing to treat you as a friend. That's because you're the only person in this world who can make me feel this way. You've made me experience an emotion I've never felt before. I don't know if I should thank you." "Thank you, friend. I'll think the same way too. Old Bull, let's see who can surpass the other in the near future." The surrounding space suddenly relaxed, and everything returned to normal. The surrounding light flickered, and abundant air flowed around Chi-Yu's body. The sound of the waves allowed Chi-Yu to see the horizon in the distance. He knew that he had returned. He had returned to the earth where he was born and raised. Old Bull once again entered a deep sleep to cultivate. Meanwhile, Chi-Yu's confidence at that moment was unprecedentedly strong. With the presence of Bull Demon King, a huge threat that could explode at any time, the feeling in his heart was very strong. He had to become stronger. This was the only thought in Chi-Yu's mind at that moment. The power of his soul was released. At that moment, Chi-Yu's spiritual power was like a satellite in outer space. He didn't need to make any more judgments. He had already found the right path and flew forward towards the mainland in the east. When Chi-Yu returned to Dragonfield Courtyard, it was already afternoon. When he flew back from the high seas, he found that after the Thundercloud Force had increased, his flying speed had broken through the bottleneck and increased to a terrifying level. He only used the same amount of time as when he flew to the high seas to return to Dragonfield Courtyard. With a flash of light, Chi-Yu landed in the courtyard of Dragonfield Courtyard. However, he was stunned. This was because he found that there was no aura of energy in the huge Dragonfield Courtyard. What was going on? Everyone wasn't waiting for him at home. Where did they go? Chi-Yu walked towards a villa in doubt. At that moment, the door opened. Uncle Zhou, who was dressed in plain clothes, walked out. Uncle Zhou saw Chi-Yu at a glance and couldn't help but be surprised. "Chi-Yu, you're back? What the hell happened?" Chi-Yu looked at Uncle Zhou and asked doubtfully, "Uncle Zhou, what's wrong? Where are the others? Why aren't any of them here? Did they go out to do something?" Uncle Zhou smiled bitterly and said, "They left yesterday. Mrs. Mood isn't right. The others are also very agitated. They didn't say anything to me. However, before they left, Miss said that they were going to Greece and didn't know when they would come back. Oh no, Chiyu blurted out. Of course, he knew where Yamu and the others went. He didn't come back. Yamu and the others must have thought that he was killed by Yamu. They went to Greece to seek revenge. It seemed that he couldn't rest yet. He had to make another trip to Greece. He shook his head helplessly and said, Uncle Zhou, do you know how many days I've been away this time? Uncle Zhou said, I think it's been 5 days. I don't know exactly when you left, but since 5 days ago, Miss and the others have been very anxious. Miss's temper has been getting better recently, but these days, she's been acting up frequently. She even had some simple conflict with your friends. Recently, they have been discussing something. Yesterday, they suddenly booked tickets to Greece and left in a hurry. They should have arrived there by now. Chiyu, what's going on? Did something happen? Chiyu shook his head with a bitter smile. No, nothing happened. It's just that I've been away for too long, and they're anxious. All right, I'll go to Greece now. Uncle Zhou, I'll leave the family to you. While speaking, Chiyu floated up and rushed into the air in the blink of an eye. Anyway, Uncle Zhou already knew that they weren't ordinary people, so it wasn't a big deal to let him see him fly. For Uncle Zhou, Chiyu had absolute trust. When he first came to Dragon Field Courtyard, Uncle Zhou was the first person who made him feel warm. That's right, Ryue and the others went to Greece. Moreover, they went there in an extremely anxious mood. That day, after Chiyu and Yuma left, the Zodiac warriors waited anxiously. Of course, they knew how powerful Yuma was. But Ryue also knew that Chiyu's strength had been promoted to the 8 Clouds realm, and even his Thundercloud force had reached the 9 Clouds realm. From a perspective of strength, even without the Xianyuan sword, Chiyu wouldn't lose to Yuma. But as the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. When Chiyu and Yuma left for a day, everyone began to let their imaginations run wild, especially Chiyu's 5 confidants, who were extremely anxious. At that time, Ryue could still maintain some calmness and persuaded everyone to wait patiently and believe in Chiyu's strength. The battle between the strong might not end in a short period of time. If they continued to wait, the anxiety would only spread. These days, the Zodiac warriors even gave up their cultivation and analyzed the strength of Chiyu and Yamu every day. But no matter how they analyzed, they couldn't conclude that Chiyu would lose. On the 3rd day, Snow Girl suddenly said something that awakened the Zodiac warriors. Obviously, Snow Girl hated Yamu the most among them. She told everyone that perhaps Yamu wasn't a match for Chiyu in terms of strength, but they shouldn't forget how Yamu deceived Chiyu. Yamu could come from the west to the east alone to challenge Chiyu, so obviously she didn't come to die. She naturally knew the extent of Chiyu's strength, and the Zodiac warriors were here. So, there was only one explanation. Yamu must have some plot to make Chiyu lose the duel. After hearing Snow Girl's words, the anxiety became even stronger. Even Ryue couldn't help it. When everyone was arguing about what to do, the emergence of different opinions caused many arguments. In the end, they made up their minds to go to Greece. At that time, everyone had already prepared for the worst. Chiyu didn't come back for 3 days, so it was impossible for the battle to continue. Something must have happened. Either Chiyu was seriously injured, or there was an accident, or even Chiyu was dead. After all, with the source of nature's energy, if it was just an injury, Chiyu should have returned. After an urgent discussion, Ryue made up her mind. She stood her ground and issued a summon order to all the members of the 12 Zodiac teams in the shortest time possible. Ryue was very clear that if only the Zodiac warriors went to Greece, even if they were stronger than the guardians of the 12 Zodiac constellations, there was still Yamu. However, the other side still had Yumao. Although the Zodiac Guardian warriors already had their own earthly tokens, it would still be difficult for them to win against Yumao's Athena artifact. Therefore, she decided to recall the 12 Zodiac squads and go to Greece with the strongest formation of the Zodiac army. First, they were to find Chiyu. If only Yamu went back, it would mean that Chiyu was really killed. They finally reached a consensus. On the 4th day after Chiyu left, the members of the 12 Zodiac teams rode on their golden-winged eagles as fast as they could. They rushed to Beijing to meet up and booked plane tickets. That night, they flew to Greece. If they had waited another day, they would not have been separated from Chiyu. However, sometimes a day's time was enough to decide many things. Greece, Athens airport. Ryue and the others had chartered a private plane to come here. After all, there were more than 100 of them, which was more than enough. Ryu, who was wearing a black uniform, walked in the front. At this time, her mood was extremely heavy, so much so that her face became very ugly. She was like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. Under such circumstances, even the Zodiac Guardian God warriors would not be able to survive. No one dared to say anything else. After all, Ryue was the strongest among the Zodiac Guardian warriors, and she was also the first Zodiac Guardian warrior, so everyone respected her strength. Disagreements before departure. The main problem was whether they should wait a few more days. The rational Guanping and the others hoped to wait a few more days, while the women led by Ryue, Ming, and Vol and the others could not wait to go to Greece. The other 11 Zodiac Guardian warriors were beside Ryue. They were all dressed in the same black uniform, which was full of a cold feeling. Even Snow Girl, who was always dressed in white, was dressed in black this time. And the 120 members of the Zodiac team were all wearing black suits and sunglasses. At this time, more than 100 of them did not look like the Guardians of the East. Instead, they looked like gangsters. Their murderous aura formed a vacuum in the chaotic and noisy Athens airport, with the Zodiac army as the center within a radius of hundreds of meters. No one dared to approach them. Even if the 5 women walking in the front were all stunning beauties, no lecher would dare to come up and make trouble. More than 100 Asians appeared at the Athens airport at the same time. Moreover, they were dressed like this, which must have attracted the attention of the Athens authorities. The Athens police got the news immediately. But since they came to Athens through normal channels, they had no reason to do anything. But the number of spies hiding in the dark had increased sharply, and Ryue and her team had become the focus of the Athens police. Walking out of the airport, Ryu stopped. She had been praying in her heart for the past few days. Regarding this matter, she did not blame Chiyu at all. After all, as a man, taking revenge for his beloved woman and friends was something he had to do. Chiyu's dignity did not allow others to intervene, but the result was unbearable. If Chiyu was really hurt, Ryue would definitely avenge her man, even if she had to die here. Ming, you have been here before, so you can lead the way. Let's go and find Yama directly. Ryue's voice seemed to be able to freeze the air. Ming nodded. She was also in a terrible mood. Compared to Ryue, she felt a little more remorseful. She had not confirmed Chiyu's death yet, so she was still suppressing the sadness in her heart. But now, she was extremely regretful. She regretted not taking advantage of the opportunity to give her body to Chiyu. If Chiyu had really died, at least she would not have any regrets. But it was too late to say anything now. She did not even want to find Yama now. If Yamu had really returned, it would mean that Chiyu had already. That would be a fact that no one in the Zodiac army, including her, could accept. Let's go to Parthenon. Ming took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Then, she led the group from the airport to the taxi station. After giving some simple instructions to the group, she, Ryue, and Snow Girl got into the first taxi. The taxis in Athens were very professional. At least they did not refuse to take passengers. There were more than 130 people in total. Close to 50 taxis got into the famous Parthenon in a grandiose manner. Everyone in the Zodiac army was in a very heavy mood. Not only was Chiyu their king, but he was also their spiritual leader. To the Zodiac army, the presence of Chiyu and the absence of Chiyu were absolutely two different concepts. Chiyu's strength, Chiyu's imposing manner, and everything he had done for the Zodiac army had long been deeply imprinted in their hearts. Sitting in the taxi, Ryue seemed to have thought of something. She took out her phone and dialed Hu Guang's number. Ryue, what's the matter? Hu Guang's voice was serious for once. Ryue said calmly, Hu Guang, does the Sacred Flame sect still have any more VX gas missiles? Huh? Hu Guang was shocked. Ryue, why are you asking this? You can't be thinking of... Ryue said, you don't have to ask me what I'm thinking of. If there are any more, I'll buy them all. You can name the price. Instruct your men to transport the VX gas missiles to Athens at the fastest speed, no matter what method they use. I want to use them. After saying this, she hung up the phone. Snow Girl and Ming Ming's gazes focused on Ryue. Looking at their questioning gazes, Ryue closed her eyes as if she was resting. She only said one sentence calmly. It was a sentence that seemed very ordinary, but it was like a stormy sea. If Chi was really harmed by Yamu, then I want the whole of Greece to die with him. Fortunately, the driver in Greece did not speak the Yinhuang language. Otherwise, who knew if he would have driven the taxi to the Aegean Sea? Ming Ming and Snow Girl looked at each other. Surprisingly, they did not object. At this moment, the two girls could deeply feel how deep Ryue's love for Chiyu was. It was so deep that it had reached a terrifying level. Sister Ryue, no matter what, I'll always support you. You'll always be our big sister, Ming Ming said softly. Snow Girl only nodded and did not say anything. A faint red light flashed in her eyes. It was a ferocious light that was filled with sorrow. Who would have thought that the three girls in this ordinary taxi would be discussing how to destroy a country? In another taxi, Hu Guang looked at the phone that had been hung up and mumbled to himself, "Crazy. Is Ryue crazy?" Ian, who was at the side, asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Did something happen to Ryue?" Chapter 315. There were three people in the car. Other than Hu Guang and Ian, there was also Guan Ping, who was the calmest among the Zodiac Guardian warriors. "Then why haven't you called?" This was what Guan Ping said. Hu Guang was stunned. He looked at Guan Ping and said, "You don't object?" Guan Ping sat in the front passenger seat and said without turning his head, "Why should I object? What does the life of a Westerner have to do with me? If Chiyu really dies, I'm afraid that Greece won't be the only one to be blamed. I can understand Ryue's feelings, but don't you have the same thoughts? Without Chiyu, how can we be called the Zodiac Guardian Warriors? Without Chiyu, would we be where we are today?" Hu Guang pondered and said, "But do you know how many civilians there are in Greece?" Guan Ping laughed and said, "I never realized that you are actually kinder than me. If Chiyu dies, it will be the end of the world for us. Actually, I'm not surprised that Ryue wants the VX gas missile. I even want to destroy the entire Earth. Don't forget that the reason why the Earth was able to avoid the asteroid crisis was all thanks to Chiyu. If it wasn't for him, the Earth would have been finished. If he dies, even if the whole Earth is buried with him, I think it's worth it. When I was in the Dragon Field courtyard, I wanted to wait a few more days. I was just afraid that Chiyu would come back and not see us." Hu Guang was stunned for a moment. Then, a faint murderous aura spread out from his body. "Yes, it seems that I thought too much. Okay, I'll make the call now. Let's not tell anyone about this. I think no one will object. No one will object to it. If something really happens in the future, we'll be the ones to bear the consequences." Guan Ping smiled and said, "Actually, we don't need to bear any burdens at all. Chiyu's contribution to the country could not be described in any way. If those generals knew that Chiyu was killed by the Greeks, what do you think would happen? We're just helping them do what they want to do and greatly reducing the country's consumption. We're even heroes." Although he was smiling, he didn't know what to say. His face was so cold that the driver beside him didn't even dare to look at him. Parthenon wasn't too far from the Athens airport. By the time everyone arrived, it was already noon. However, none of the members of the Zodiac army were in the mood for lunch. After getting out of the taxi, they headed straight for Parthenon. With a heavy heart, everyone walked towards Parthenon. However, they did not go too far. He was stopped. At least 300 policemen suddenly appeared in front of the Zodiac army. They were all armed policemen with live ammunition. The black muzzles of the guns were aimed at every member of the Zodiac army. A policeman of unknown rank shouted loudly in English through a megaphone. "All the Easterners in front, stop and accept the inspection." Ryue stood in front and was the first to stop. However, she slowly clenched her right fist. Yin Xiaoi was a little surprised and said to the Vol next to him, "I didn't expect the Greek police to react so quickly. They actually blocked in front of us." Vol snorted. "If they don't come, then they're fools. Don't you think our attire is too eye-catching?" Coming here without any disguise, it was certain that they would be intercepted. But so what? Prepare for battle. His expression was ugly. He was no less worried about Chi-Yu than Ruyue. Guanping stood there. He muttered to himself, 300 armed policemen and more than 20 snipers. They were all equipped with the most advanced weapons. What a powerful lineup. It seems that they attach great importance to us. Seeing that the Zodiac army had stopped, the policemen quickly surrounded them. Their movements were extremely fast. Soon, more than 100 Zodiac soldiers were surrounded in the center. The muzzles were all aimed at them, and they could open fire at any time. The policeman who had shouted before quickly came to Ruyue. He could naturally see that Ruyue was the leader of the group. Please show me your IDs for inspection. Ruyue said calmly. What? Is this how Greece treats foreign tourists? I've never heard of a time when Greece treated tourists with weapons. I refuse your inspection. The policeman was stunned. Indeed, treating foreign tourists in this way would have a great negative effect on Greece's reputation. However, the people of the Zodiac army were too eye-catching. Every one of them looked murderous. Only experienced soldiers would have the smell of blood, but it was much stronger on every member of the Zodiac army. After receiving the news that the taxi was going to Parthenon, the Greek police responded immediately. The 300 people here were only a part of them. There were also 300 elite policemen guarding the area above Parthenon. They were afraid that these Asians would harm Parthenon. After all, this was the symbol of Athens. It was the palace of the goddess Athena. I'm sorry, dear Miss D'Enfant. We have received reliable information that a group of terrorists has sneaked into our city. For the safety of our city, and to prevent the terrorists from succeeding, please cooperate with us. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. Although he said so, the gun in his hand was still pointed at the people in front of him. In front of Ruyue, he felt an immense pressure. The dragons might even cause his body to tremble, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The Athenian policeman suddenly realized that although he had many men armed with guns, and he was also pointing his gun at the stunning oriental beauty in front of him, it did not bring him any sense of security. Ruyue only looked at him indifferently, but it made him want to kneel down. Mississippi, miss, please show me your ID. The policeman emphasized again. He mustered up the courage to say this, but the nervousness in his heart had already reached its peak. Ruyue slowly raised her right hand, and the surrounding policemen subconsciously pointed their guns at her delicate body. Sister Ruyue. Ming shook her head at Ruyue and said through telepathy, before we see Yamu, we'd better not act rashly. After all, if we go against the Greek authorities, it will affect our original plan. Ruyue's frosty face relaxed a little. She raised her hand and took out her passport from her bosom and handed it to the policeman. Looking at the passport in front of him, the policeman was stunned at first, but then he realized that the other party was not going to do anything. He suddenly relaxed a lot, and the pressure in front of him disappeared. He took the passport and looked at the content. Looking at Ruyue in front of him, he could not help but scold himself in his heart. What was there to be afraid of? Wasn't she just an Asian woman? In front of so many advanced weapons, was she afraid that these Asians would dare to do anything? His heart relaxed, and his tone changed a lot. Yes, that's right. Cooperation is the best way out for you. The others, take out your passports and accept the inspection. Seeing that Ruyue had already handed over her passport, the Zodiac soldiers no longer insisted and took out their passports one by one and handed them to the police. The police did not interrogate them for too long. There was no problem with the passports. At least for now, Ruyue and the Zodiac army were absolutely law-abiding. The passports were returned to everyone's hands. Ruyue put away her passport and said lightly, "Can we go now?" The policeman said subconsciously, "No." Ruyue's tone suddenly became cold. "Why?" "Well, because we have to ensure the safety of Athens, so we need to search all of you. All of your luggage and bodies must be searched." The policeman looked at Ruyue with a fierce look. After all, they had just cooperated, hadn't they? Ruyue suddenly smiled, and the policeman in front of her suddenly felt an indescribable strong temptation filling his whole body. Ruyue said, "Are you the one to search me?" The policeman seemed to be fascinated, or maybe it was because the attraction to Ryue was too strong. He actually said subconsciously, "Yes, it's me." In fact, this might not have been his original intention, but because of the urgency of the matter, all the policemen who participated in this operation were male. It would obviously take time for him to find a female policeman to search them. In the face of such a stunning beauty, who wouldn't want to take advantage of her? The feeling of the Zodiac warriors was completely different from that of the policemen. They had all seen Ryue's smile before. Such a gentle smile often appeared in the past, but at that time, Ryue's smile only belonged to one person, and that was their king of the Zodiac. The gentle smile appeared once again. Every one of the Zodiac warriors could clearly feel a cold aura emanating from Ryu's body. They understood that the Tyrannosaurus Rex was about to explode, and it was going to be a thunderous explosion. The policeman took a step forward, holding a gun in one hand, and the other hand actually touched Ryue's towering chest, as if there was a magnet attracting him. Ryue did not move, but her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Other than Shiyu, no man had ever touched her body, not in the past and not in the future. Screams were heard almost in an instant. Those policemen didn't even have time to react. The police officer in front of Ryue had already disappeared. Yes, he disappeared, and not even a trace was left. His gun had already turned into a piece of iron powder in front of Ryue, and his body had also turned into powder in front of Ryue's T-Rex power, scattering with the wind. Ryue was still standing there as if she had never moved. "Oh, who else wants to search me?" At this time, the policemen finally reacted, and their hands immediately pulled the triggers in their hands. However, when they pulled the trigger, they found that the guns in their hands are already half gone. Not to mention launching an attack. Even if they were to use it as a fire stick, it would not be long enough. And in front of them floated a colorful feather. The feathers seemed to be transparent, but at the same time it was so real. None of the policemen dared to move, because their bodies had been completely locked, and huge vines that came out of nowhere had already wrapped around their necks. Not only were the 300 policemen instantly disarmed, but at the same time, their bodies could also be torn apart at any time. They were puzzled in their hearts. Why? Why didn't the sniper shoot at this time? Someone solved this problem for them. The eye sculptures were pulled over by an invisible force, and the number was exactly the same as the snipers. These eye sculptures even maintained their sniping positions, and it seemed that the effect was not bad. In front of the Zodiac Guardian Warrior, these armed policemen were no different from straws. In the face of a powerful special ability, what could they do? A faint light flickered, and Ryu's eyes radiated power. She didn't even look at the policeman in front of her, nor did she continue to walk up. She raised her head to the sky and let out a resonant roar. The roar soared into the sky, and a huge energy fluctuation caused the dark clouds above the city of Athens to instantly disperse. The huge dragon cloud force produced an incomparably powerful aura, and the huge pressure caused the surrounding Greek policemen to pee their pants at the same time. Yama, come out. If you don't want the people of Athens to be plunged into misery and suffering, then come out and see me. A faint light shone from Ryue's body. The white light was supposed to be gentle, but when it appeared on her body, it became so domineering. A strong energy fluctuation soared into the sky, and a huge pressure directly shrouded Parthenon, who was at the top of the mountain. The invisible energy erupted from Parthenon in an instant, and in an instant, it broke through the huge pressure brought by Ryue. 12 figures appeared at the top of the mountain almost at the same time, leaping like stars and headed in the direction of Ryue and the others. In the blink of an eye, the 12 figures had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Seeing the situation in front of them, Mephistopheles, the leader of the Constellation Guardian, could not help but be shocked. Just now, I thought that my senses were wrong. I didn't expect that my friends from the east had actually come here. What's going on? Who can tell me? Ryue's gaze swept across the Constellation Guardian in front of her, and she could not see Yamu. She could not help but secretly sigh in relief. As long as Yamu did not appear, it meant that Shiyu might still be alive. It's nothing. It's just that there was a policeman who wanted to do a body search on me just now. So, I send him to the realm of gods that you believe in," Ryue said lightly. Mephistopheles was stunned for a moment, and then anger suddenly appeared on his face. "Miss Ryue, what do you mean by this? This is not your Eastern Yanwang Republic. You came to Greece, and you have to abide by the laws of Greece. How dare you kill people here? Law? What use is the law to me? Don't you think that this is ridiculous? Mr. Mephistopheles, if a man put his hand on your wife's chest, what would you do? Would you obey the law, or wait for him to grab the person he wants to grab before letting the police arrest him?" Mephistopheles could not help but be speechless. Indeed, for a strong person like Ryue to be humiliated like this, it was impossible for her to wait for the law. At this time, he had already calmed down. His gaze swept across the Zodiac warriors in front of him, and he could not help but be secretly surprised. Such a huge lineup in front of him actually gathered all the power of the Zodiac army. Except for the Zodiac King, who did not appear, it could be said that the entire power of the Eastern Guardian was gathered here. Looking at the clothes of the Zodiac warriors, he also understood why the police stopped them. Even if he was a police officer and saw so many people dressed like gangsters, he was afraid that he would not hesitate to do the same thing. As for the policeman who died in the hands of Ryue just now, he knew that the guy could only die in vain. It was his own fault for insulting someone who should not have been insulted at all. Mephistopheles' tone softened a lot, and he said, "Miss Ryue, if our country's police did something bad just now, I apologize to you on their behalf. I apologize to you on their behalf, but can you let go of the other policemen first?" Ryue said lightly, "If you can guarantee that they will not bother us like flies, I can let them go." Mephistopheles hurriedly said, "Of course, this is a matter between us guardians. Of course, we will solve it ourselves." He naturally knew how many policemen were guarding here. However, even if there were 10 times or 100 times more policemen, how could they fight against these Easter guardians? Ryue waved her hand, and the plant soul quietly retracted the released plant energy. The policemen regained their freedom, but their faces were already pale with fear, coupled with a wet feeling in their pants. Under Mephistopheles' instructions, they hurriedly left, not even daring to look at Ryue. The super beauty just now had become a super witch in their eyes. The ice on the 20 ice sculptures also disappeared. Because the time of the freezing was not long, these people did not really suffer any real damage, and they hurriedly retreated together. The 12 Zodiac Guardians lined up in a row, their faces showing a dignified expression. Obviously, they did not expect the Zodiac army to appear in such a lineup, and it was impossible for them to be prepared. They all knew very well that even if they faced the Zodiac Guardian one-on-one, they did not have absolute confidence in winning, let alone the 120 members of the Zodiac squad. Nimbus walked to Mephistopheles' side and stood still. She frowned and said, "Mr. What exactly happened? From the looks of it, you don't seem to have come to Parthenon as guests." Looking at Nimbus' face that was exactly the same as Yamu's, Ryue's face turned even colder. "That's what I'm asking you. Let me ask you, where's Yamu? Tell her to come out and see me." The hot-tempered Leo Zodiac Guardian, Ilias, flew into a rage. "Is Mrs. name for you to call?" Yamu said coldly. "Loser, you don't have the right to speak to me. Scram." As she said that, she raised her right hand and directly slapped in Ilias's direction. Ilias did not want to be outdone and raised his right fist, but before he could fully swing it, an incomparably huge wave of energy suddenly hit him in the face. Before he could even react, his tall and big body had already been flung away by that incomparably powerful energy and heavily smashed into the hill behind him, releasing a loud bang. All the Zodiac Guardians were moved. The last time Ilias fought with Ryue, although he was at a disadvantage, but it was definitely not as direct as today. Ryue had just waved her hand, even if she had used most of her energy, but to be able to send the powerful Ilias flying in one strike, such power had already surpassed any of the Zodiac Guardians present. With their dignity damaged, all the Zodiac Guardians pounced towards Ryue at the same time, and the Zodiac Guardian warriors naturally did not want to be outdone. The huge pressure from both sides instantly rose, and without any suspense, the Zodiac guardians were immediately suppressed. Mephistopheles raised his arms and stopped the Zodiac guardians from rushing forward, and said in a low voice, "Miss Rhea, did you come here today to humiliate us? If that's the case, even if all of us Zodiac guardians die here today, we will definitely fight to the death with you. Why have you gathered so many people here today?" Ryues said coldly. "I just said, call Yemo out to see me. It has nothing to do with you. I only want to find her." Ian said, "My sister isn't here. I still have to ask you. Before Yemo left, she said that she wanted to go to the east. Could it be that she wasn't going to find Chiyu?" Hearing Yu Yun's words, the Zodiac Guardian warriors all had a look of joy on their faces. Yin did not look like she was lying. Her spiritual power did not fluctuate at all. If Yemu was really not here, then it meant that something special had happened in her battle with Chiyu, and she might not be dead. Hearing Yu Yun's words, even Ryue's face relaxed a lot. "Is Yemu really not here?" Mephistopheles said, "The Zodiac Guardians will never lie in front of Parthenon." "Miss Ryue, what exactly happened? Can we calm down and talk about it?" Ryue thought for a while and said, "There's nothing to talk about. I just want to know where Yemu is in the past 5 days. Has she contacted you?" Mephistopheles shook his head. "No. Ever since Miss left a week ago, there hasn't been any news from her." "Miss Ryue, did something happen on your side? I think there must be some misunderstanding between us." "Misunderstanding?" Ryu sneered. "If it's a misunderstanding, then why did Yema challenge Chiyu in the Yanwang Republic? Could this also be a misunderstanding? 5 days ago, she came to our place and challenged Chiyu. Chiyu hasn't returned since then. Tell me, what kind of misunderstanding is this?" Hearing Ryue's words, the Constellation Guardians' faces changed. Yema did not tell them what she was going to do before she left. Now that they heard that Yemu was going to challenge Chiyu, how could they not be shocked? They were very clear of Chiyu's strength. Furthermore, the Yanwang Republic was the headquarters of the Eastern Guardian. Yema had gone there rashly. What would be the outcome? Ilias had already climbed up. Although he was not injured, his chest felt stuffy from Ryue's dragon power. He said angrily, "I think you guys are the ones who are complaining first. It must be you guys who harmed Miss, and then you want to destroy us Constellation Guardians." Ryue said in disdain, "I've said it before, you don't have the right to talk to me. Even if we want to destroy all of you, we will do it in an open and above-board manner. Furthermore, with the current situation, do you think we have the time to take revenge on you?" Ilias's energy surged. He was about to pounce on Ryue. "Enough." Mephistopheles stopped Ilias from pouncing forward and said, Since Miss Yemu and Chiyu did not return then, should we sit down and have a good talk? Miss want to look for Chiyu. She definitely has no ill intentions. You also know that hell can come to the human world at any time. For this common enemy, our best choice is to cooperate. Why will we be enemies with you? Furthermore, Miss's feelings for Chiyu. Don't mention this. Otherwise, don't blame me for falling out. If it was not because Chiyu trusted her too much, so many things would not have happened." Ryue's face had become very ugly. Every time she thought of the blood and tears that Chiyu shed in her arms, her heart would hurt so much that she could not breathe. That kind of heartache was something she could never forget for the rest of her life. Mephistopheles was stunned for a moment. He made an inviting gesture and said, "Please come to our Parthenon to rest. Whether you are willing to cooperate with us or not. At least for now, we are not enemies." Ryue's heart was also a little hesitant. Yemo also did not return. What happened between Chiyu and her? If Chiyu was fine, then her trip to Greece was too impulsive. Now that the situation was like this, how should they solve it? With their strength, it was not a problem to get rid of these constellation protectors, but that was not the solution to the problem. At this time, the phone in Ryue's pocket suddenly rang. That familiar voice was specially designed for him. Her pretty face immediately revealed a trace of unconcealable ecstasy. Ryue almost trembled as she took out the phone. "It's him. It's that number." "Hello? Chiyu? Chiyu, is that you?" Ryue asked anxiously. "Ryue, are you in Greece now? Don't do anything stupid. If you've already started, stop immediately." Chiyu hurriedly said as soon as he heard Ryue's voice. Naturally, He was not afraid of any harm to the constellation guardians, but in this sensitive period, he had promised Apollo that he would not harm the Greek constellation guardians before the matter between hell and the underworld was resolved. Naturally, he did not want any conflict between the two sides. Moreover, the constellation guardians in Greece were after all the strongest in the world. Even if the Zodiac guardian warriors could destroy them, it would not be a complete victory. He did not want his companions to be hurt. Therefore, after receiving the news from Uncle Joe, he quickly flew in the direction of Greece while taking out his phone to call Ryue's number, just in time to solve the embarrassment in front of Ryue. "Chiyu, where are you now? Don't worry, we haven't done anything yet. Are you okay?" Listening to Ryue's concerned voice, Chiyu's heart was filled with warmth. "I'm fine, don't worry. I just returned to the courtyard, and Uncle Joe said that you went to Greece. I'm sorry, I made you worry, but I can't do anything about the delay this time. I'll tell you in detail when we meet. All right, wait for me in Athens. I'll come over immediately." "Where are you?" Ryue said. "We are at the foot of Parthenon. Are you coming over now?" Chiyu said, I'll be there soon. With my speed, I'll be there in at most an hour and a half. Wait for me here. Don't clash with the constellation guardians. Wait for me to come over." After hanging up the phone, Ryue's face suddenly changed. She smiled again, but this time there was no coldness in her smile. "I'm really sorry, Mr. Mephisto. It seems that we really misunderstood. Chiyu is already back." This time, it was Mephisto's turn to be nervous. Miero couldn't wait to ask, "Since Chiyu is back, what about our miss? Where is our miss? Is she with Chiyu?" Ryue shook her head and said, "I don't know about this. If you want to know, wait for Chiyu to come. He'll be here in about an hour and a half." When the Zodiac Guardian warriors heard that Ryue confirmed that Chiyu was fine, they cheered almost at the same time. Those who wore sunglasses on their faces threw their sunglasses up high at the same time. Their excitement was beyond words, especially a few of Chiyu's confidants. They couldn't help but cry tears of joy. Each and every one of them jumped up and down in excitement. They didn't look like Eastern powerhouses anymore, but a group of students who suddenly got the news that they didn't have to attend a parent-teacher conference. Wait, now that Mephisto knew, he could only choose to wait. Only Chiyu would know about Yama's news. On one side, there was joy. On the other side, there was depression. The situation of ice and fire appeared at the foot of Parthenon. Mephisto even forgot to invite Ryue and the others to the divine temple. An hour and a half passed quickly. Of course, for both sides, this hour and a half became especially long. When the black figure quietly landed in front of both sides, Ryue almost immediately rushed up. Even in front of everyone, she didn't intend to hide her inner feelings. Chapter 3:16. As he spoke, Chiyu saw that the Zodiac army looked like gangsters. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "It seems that you are here to avenge me. You guys don't have any confidence in Boss. Am I that weak? It's not easy to kill me. Even if it's in other planes, it's not very possible." The Zodiac warriors surrounded Chiyu excitedly. For a moment, all kinds of questions appeared in Chiyu's ears at the same time. It made him dizzy. It took him a long time to get rid of everyone's excitement. "Mr. Chi." Mephistopheles' anxious voice sounded beside Chiyu. Chiyu took Ryue's hand and turned around. "I know what you want to ask. Don't worry, your miss is fine. Although I wanted to kill her, I didn't succeed this time. She is now in the god realm. She is receiving a stronger inheritance from your king Zeus. As for when she will return, I don't know. If my companions cause you any inconvenience today, I apologize on their behalf. Of course, this doesn't mean that I have a good impression of you Greek guardians." Hearing that Yamu was fine, the Zodiac guardians relaxed a lot. However, when they heard Chiyu say that Yamu went to the god realm, they couldn't help but become nervous again. There were many explanations for going to the god realm. Immediately, Chiyu told them about how he was lured to the god realm by Yamu. He didn't even hide the matter of the Divine Wind Valley, because there was no need to hide it. Anyway, when Yamu came back, they would know. So he said it all in one breath. It saved him the trouble of explaining to his companions when he went back. Hu Guang smiled and came to Chiyu's side. "Boss, fortunately you came back in time. However, you still have to pay." Chi was stunned. Money? What money? I don't remember owing you money. Hu Guang grinned and said, Who said I don't owe them? Ruyue just ordered all the VX gas missiles we have. It won't take long for them to be delivered here. Ruyue had said that she could name the price. It doesn't need to be too expensive. About 100 million for one. In any case, you have plenty of money now. You won't care about such a small amount. Chiyu stared dumbfounded at Ruyue, who was beside him. Ryue's pretty face instantly revealed a trace of shyness. It's your fault for not coming back for so long. I thought you'd been killed by Yumo. Mephisto shuddered as he listened. Of course, he knew what the VX gas missile was. It was a super attack weapon that was no less powerful than a nuclear bomb. And it was so harmful that it was even more dangerous than a nuclear bomb to a certain extent. Perhaps in the face of a nuclear bomb, he still had the confidence to protect himself, but in the face of a neurotic VX gas missile, it was difficult to guarantee. Lunatics, these guys from the East, were definitely lunatics. How could he have encouraged Mist to go against them and harm Chiyu? If they were lunatics, then he would be a fool. Then, Ian's next words confirmed his point of view. Ian said, That's right, boss. You have to pay this money. Ryue said, If you die in the hands of Yumu, let a certain country be buried with you. Chiyu's eyes revealed a trace of slyness. Okay, 100 million, right? I'll pay. I'll give you 100 million sun dollars. Hearing Chiyu mention sun dollars, everyone showed a strange look. Chiyu saw that everyone's expressions were a little off and couldn't help but ask doubtfully, What's wrong? Although sun dollars aren't very valuable, they're still money. Ryue said in a low voice, Chiyu, not long ago, there was the largest tsunami in the world's history, and that island country was completely engulfed by the tsunami. The losses were incalculable, and the number of people who survived did not exceed 1%. That country, it can be said that it has been wiped out from the world map. Chiyu was stunned. Then, he immediately thought of something and asked tentatively, Is the direction of the tsunami coming from the high seas? Ryue looked at him in surprise and said, Since you know, why are you asking us? Could it be? At this point, Ryue subconsciously covered her mouth, and the way the surrounding Zodiac Guardian warriors looked at Chiyu also changed drastically. Hu Guang stuttered, B-boss, you can't be serious, right? Could it be that you did that? A trace of a smile appeared in Chiyu's eyes. No, it wasn't me. At least it wasn't me alone. If it was really because of us, then at least half of the responsibility of Yumu. Under the collision of our energy, it was possible to produce that kind of power, but I didn't expect the effect to be so good. Not bad. It saved me a lot of trouble. That despicable race should have been destroyed long ago. Mephisto felt another chill run down his spine. What kind of people were these? Could it be that they were the legendary god of plagues? The destruction of a country was actually said so easily by him. If they really offended them, Greece would probably... At this time, he didn't even dare to doubt what Chiyu had just said. These Easterners in front of him were too scary, too scary. Mephisto secretly swore in his heart that no matter what, he would never offend the Easterners again. He swore to the heavens. The farce ended with Chiyu's return. He naturally could not let this trip to Greece be in vain. For his sake, everyone had worked so hard to come to Greece. Chiyu decided to celebrate the destruction of the Sun Nation and thank everyone for their concern for him by touring the Aegean Sea. Perhaps it was because he was too excited or because Yumu wasn't around. Chiyu also sent an application to Mephisto and the others. However, Mephisto didn't think it was a good idea. He really didn't want to have anything to do with these extremely dangerous people, who were even more dangerous than the legendary king of terror, Ladin. He happily lent the most valuable ship under Yumu's name to Chiyu and the others, then led the Zodiac Guardians back to Parthenon as fast as possible. The Aegean Sea was as beautiful as ever. The beautiful feeling made the warriors of the Zodiac army standing on the deck of the ship feel dazzled. The beauty here was a completely different concept from the beauty of the ancient beasts, especially when they heard the legend of the Aegean Sea from Chiyu's mouth. Standing at the front of the ship, Chiyu looked at the vast sea in front of him. Looking at the vast sea in front of him, Yumao's figure once again appeared in his mind. Once upon a time, he had spent a wonderful month here with Yumo. However, it was also because of that month that he and Yumo developed feelings that shouldn't have appeared between them, which led to so many things happening later on. There was no medicine for regret in this world. However, after this trip to the divine realm, and after listening to Apollo's explanation, Chiyu's hatred for Yumo seemed to have lessened a little. He even felt a little lost. He didn't know who he should take revenge on for one Ting's death. In the end, he had to move forward bit by bit. He also had to bear a huge responsibility. Yumo's deception and her sad tears formed a special contradiction in Chiyu's heart. Chiyu, are you thinking of her again? Ryue had appeared alone beside Chiyu. Chiyu didn't hide it and nodded subconsciously. Ryue sighed softly and said, "If what Apollo said is true, then Yumo hasn't really controlled her own body. However, the matter between her and us is already very difficult to resolve. Chiyu, you..." Chiyu pulled Ryue into his arms and said softly, "I know what you're worried about. You're worrying too much. I'm already the happiest man in the world to have all of you by my side. As for Yuma's problem, let's wait until the matter between hell and the underworld is completely resolved. Between me and her, there will definitely be an end. Everything that happened in the past has happened after all. It has also produced irreparable effects. Everything can wait until the crisis brought about by the 9-star alignment is over." Ryue smiled and said, "It's good that you can think that way." The sea breeze caused her alluring long hair to flutter behind her. Her graceful figure melded into Chi-Yu's embrace. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, which had previously been so powerful that it wanted to destroy Greece, now seemed to be afraid of the cold. It was exceptionally lovable. "When we go back, I'm afraid we won't be able to live a peaceful life again," Chiyu said with some disappointment. Ryue nodded and said, "I know. Who let us have this ability? Since the heavens have given us such power, there are some things that we must solve by ourselves." "Chiyu, are you confident?" Chiyu said, "I don't know, although my strength has been further improved. But no one knows how powerful the alliance between hell and the underworld can be. Everything can only wait until it happens. After we go back this time, I will lead everyone to further strengthen their training. Although it is difficult for me to improve my ability, you can still do it, especially the cooperation between you and your messengers. You need to further hone it. Even Apollo, the sun god, didn't know when the alignment of the 9 stars would occur, but it wouldn't be long now. We don't have time to make other preparations. We can only make our own strength stronger. When the enemy really comes, we will let them know how powerful we are. Whether it's Satan or Hades, I want to show them just how powerful humans can be." The stay in the Aegean Sea lasted for 2 days. Everyone felt that they hadn't had enough fun, but they had to go back. For them, it was not the time to indulge. Perhaps some people would be afraid of flying, just like Chiyu, who had suffered from air sickness in the past. However, to the Zodiac warriors, flying was the simplest and most comfortable thing to do. It was fast, and there was no danger at all. What a joke! With more than 100 golden-winged eagles, even if the engine of the plane stopped, they could still fly back easily. Tibet, St. Buddha Temple. Zagru sat cross-legged in the main hall. At this time, he was the only one in the hall. The dim candlelight shone on the statue of Buddha, and the whole hall seemed a little lonely. Slowly opening his eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything in the world, Zagru sighed. "What should come will come. Chiyu, I can't help you anymore. I hope you can withstand the 3 crises that will come one after another. Or rather, it will be a 3-in-1 crisis. This will determine the fate of the entire earth. Perhaps you're not the savior, but you're the key to everything. Buddha bless me. I believe that you will succeed." Chiyu couldn't hear Zagru's voice. At this time, they had already returned to the Dragonfield courtyard. Everything in the Dragonfield courtyard was the same as before. When they left, Ryue and the others were still extremely anxious, but when they returned, they were all indescribably happy. The trip to Greece had become a vacation for them. As for the dead police officer, Mephisto would naturally take care of him easily. They didn't need to worry about anything. Undercurrents were constantly appearing. All kinds of situations were showing what the Earth was about to face. After a night of rest, when the next morning came, Chiyu called all the members of the Zodiac army to the huge courtyard of the Dragon Field courtyard. "Friends, the holiday is over," Chiyu said calmly. The warriors of the Zodiac squad stood behind their respective captains, while Snow Girl, Bing, and the Plant Soul stood beside Chiyu. After hearing Chiyu's words, the smiles on everyone's faces gradually disappeared. They knew that Chiyu had something to say to them. Sweeping his gaze across everyone, Chiyu was very satisfied with the current mental state of his comrades. This was a mighty army with iron will. Although they only had a little more than 100 people, Chiyu had never thought that his Zodiac army would be inferior to Satan's Burning Legion. Since the asteroid incident, everyone has been relaxing for a while. I know that no one wants to take risks, and everyone wants to be with their families. However, in the near future, I'm afraid that we will face enemies that outnumber us by 100 or even 1,000 times. We are giving up some time to cultivate now so that we can spend more time with our families in the future. I won't say much to motivate you. Everyone has been fighting and cultivating together for a long time. Starting from now, a new round of training was about to begin. This time, all of you will be facing a different kind of cultivation method. I believe that all of you will be able to pull through, because you are the pride of the Yanhuang Nation. "Boss, hurry up and start," one of the Zodiac squad members shouted. Chiyu had always been kind to everyone, so although the Zodiac squad respected him, they didn't fear him. What Chiyu saw in their eyes was not worry or fatigue, but excitement, a fiery excitement. Yes, during the last training, he had increased the strength of all the Zodiac squad members by several times. As the strongest people in the world, who didn't want to increase their strength to a higher level. It was time for another training session. The Zodiac squad members only had anticipation in their hearts, not any other emotions. "All right, then let's start now. Get ready. I will lead you to another peak of the human body." Chiyu spread his arms slightly to his sides and gently closed them in front of his chest. His arms were bent, and his palms were facing each other in front of his chest. At this moment, Chiyu's expression was extremely solemn, because this was the first time he was trying something like this. A ball of silver light lit up in front of his chest. That was the power of Kirin's origin. The energy fluctuations weren't strong, but when the Zodiac squad members saw the silver light that was exuding Kirin's aura, their eyes couldn't help but burn with passion. The silver light slowly spread, and when the light completely covered Chiyu's hands, gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, 5 colors floated out like 5 ribbons. With Kirin's origin as the core, they were released in an instant, completely enveloping Chiyu's body, turning him into a 5-colored light cocoon. The special energy aura made everyone present feel a little strange. Then, the energy instantly spread, and the 5-colored light enveloped all the Zodiac squad members. The huge energy fluctuations suddenly increased, and under Chiyu's tyrannical control, it didn't scatter in all directions. The light appeared quickly, and disappeared just as quickly. However, when the 5-colored light disappeared, more than 100 Zodiac squad members, including Bing, Snow Girl, and the Plant Soul, had completely disappeared. At this moment, only Chiyu was left standing in the courtyard of the Dragon Field courtyard. The light in his eyes gradually disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on Chiyu's face. "I hope we can succeed this time. The 5 Elements domain is the most suitable place for everyone to train. After all, whether it is the Zodiac squad members or the Zodiac squad members, everyone's energy is based on the 5 elements. Everyone's energy was based on the 5 elements. Who could escape from the 5 elements? I hope you can improve to the level I expect before the crisis comes." Today's decision was actually Chiyu had already thought about it. He had discussed with the Kong Tong Seal Spirit. If he wanted to further improve the strength of the Zodiac squad members, he needed a special cultivation method. If it was only done step by step, it would be very difficult for everyone to make a breakthrough in a short period of time. And the 5 Elements domain was obviously the most suitable place for cultivation. when Chiyu's strength had improved to another level. When he had completely entered a level that surpassed the power of ordinary gods, the seal spirit had completely recognized him as its master. Therefore, it wholeheartedly came to help Chiyu. The five elements domain was controlled by the Kongtong seal spirit, and the five elements energy was emitted from the Kongtong seal. Its divine power was very strong, and it could be said to be the best place for cultivation. At the same time, the Kongtong seal now belonged to Chiyu, and Chiyu's own origin of nature energy could form a bridge with the Kongtong seal. In the Kongtong seal, Chiyu's origin of nature could produce the best effect for everyone through the amplification of the five elements domain. As for the level of cultivation, it mainly depended on the time. The originally lively dragon field courtyard suddenly became quiet after everyone was taken into the five elements domain by Chiyu. Of course, Chiyu was not afraid that everyone did not know how to cultivate in the five elements domain. There was Xieji, the seal spirit, and even Wenting. As long as he found the most suitable energy to assist in his cultivation, then his Zodiac army would definitely be able to improve to a new level in a short period of time. Chiyu returned to the villa alone. He no longer needed to cultivate. He only needed to constantly inject his origin of nature energy into the five elements domain to assist everyone in their cultivation. Now that he had nothing to do, he could not help but start to think about his own matters. If he wanted to continue to improve his strength, what should he do? Out of the four types of cloud powers, two of them had already been raised to their peak state. One assisted him in improving his physical strength, while the other enhanced his soul. What about the remaining two types of cloud powers, water and fire, that assisted him in improving his body? In Chiyu's heart, this had always been the biggest question. Sitting cross-legged on the big bed in the room, Chiyu could not help but feel a little lonely without his close female friends. However, he also remembered General Ji's words. The country had already agreed that he could be a special case and marry a few more wives. After this crisis was over, it was time to give everyone a status. Thinking of this, Chiyu could not help but reveal a trace of a smile on his face. What kind of scene would polygamy be in the modern world? Thinking of this, his heart could not help but become scorching hot. Suddenly, his mind flashed, as if he had thought of something. In a flash, Chiyu had already moved from the bed to the ground. His eyes were shining, and his aura was overflowing with excitement. Where were the two previous improvements? The first time was in Hell, where he improved through the ball of lightning in Hell. That was a plane that did not belong to Earth. The second time was in the Divine Realm, which was also a special plane that did not belong to Earth, so it could help him improve his strength to a whole new level. In other words, every plane had the possibility of improving one of his types of thundercloud force. If this was really the case, then if he wanted to improve again, he did not need to go to a new plane. Choosing a plane was very important. There was no doubt that apart from Hell and the Divine Realm, there were only a few powerful planes. One of them was the Underworld, which was separated from the Divine Realm. However, Hades, the king of the Underworld, did not even have a single loyal subordinate on Earth. It could not be compared to Hell at all. Even if he wanted to go to the Underworld, he would not be able to find the passage to the Underworld. Therefore, the only possibility now was another plane, which was the heaven that the Pope believed in. That's right, it was the heaven. A confident smile appeared on Chiyu's face. The Divine Realm could use Yamu to lure him there and help him improve his strength in the Divine Wind Valley. Why couldn't the heaven do the same? In the past two times, he had improved his Thundercloud Force and Thundercloud Force to the Ninth Cloud Realm, which had already greatly improved his strength. It had already greatly improved his strength. Then, as long as he could go to the Heaven Realm and further improve himself there, the only thing left was probably the power of clouds. No matter what, it seemed that he had to go to the heaven. His companions were all cultivating in the Kongtong seal, so Chiyu had nothing to worry about. After calling his parents and telling them that he was going out, he immediately prepared to leave the Dragonfield courtyard. He would go to the Vatican in the west to look for the Pope. The Pope definitely knew how to go to the heaven. Just as Chiyu was about to go out, Uncle Zhou's voice came from outside the door. "Chiyu, someone is looking for you." Chiyu was stunned. "Looking for me? Who will be looking for me? Other than his parents, his companions seem to have all gone to the five elements domain in the Kongtong Seal. Could it be Shui Yue? She also came back. Uncle Zhou, tell him to wait for me in the hall. I will go down immediately. After saying that, Qiyu quickly packed some of his clothes and threw them into the Kongtong Seal. After tossing it into the Kongtong Seal, he walked down the stairs. No matter who it was, after dealing with it, it was time for him to set off. When Qiyu arrived at the hall, he was surprised to find that it was not Shui Yue, but Lady Xiao Lu. When Xiao Lu saw Qiyu, her beautiful big eyes revealed a gentle smile. Today, she wore a blue dress with a white shawl on her shoulders. It looked like she was going to attend some formal occasion. Lady Xiao Lu, why are you here? Qiyu asked in surprise. Xiao Lu smiled and said, why? Can't I come? Don't forget, I am also the spokesperson of your Kirin Group. Originally, I didn't need to come. Today, there's a press conference for Kirin Group's new generation of advertising. I just went to the airport to send a friend off, so I came over to pick you and Snow Girl up. Don't you know? Seeing that Qiyu was still dressed in black, her expression was a little strange. Qiyu was stunned. Frankly speaking, he didn't really deal with the matters of Kirin Group. It had always been handled by Yu Guan and Snow Girl. But now that Snow Girl was cultivating in his five elements domain, and Xiao Lu personally came to invite him, it seemed that he still had to delay for a while before he could go to Difanke. Qiyu invited Xiao Lu to sit down and said, Snow Girl went out to handle some matters. She might not come back for a while. Has the second episode of the advertisement been shot? It's been hard on you. Xiao Lu smiled faintly. Her voice was still so pleasant to listen to, or it could be said that it was even more lively than before. There's nothing to be thankful for. The one who should be thankful should be me. If it weren't for you, how could I go to that unimaginable natural world? Being able to do something for you is something that I should repay. Qiyu smiled and said, don't say that. What repayment? We're already friends, aren't we? Your uncle and Snow Girl have gone out to handle some matters. When will the press conference begin? Xiao Lu glanced at the silver watch on her hand and said, there's still about 2 hours. I've never been late. If it's convenient, can we leave now? Qiyu nodded and said, all right. I've been lazy for so long. It's time for me to do something for the company. Let's go. The two walked out of the villa. Xiao Lu's car was parked in the courtyard. Because Qiyu planned to go to Vatican immediately after the press conference, he didn't drive and directly got into Xiao Lu's red sports car. Xiao Lu's temperament was elegant and refined, which formed a sharp contrast with her fiery red sports car. A lady driving a super sports car full of surging power like a beast would easily give people a strong sense of stimulation. At this time, Qiyu deeply experienced this kind of stimulation. The car started. Xiao Lu's driving style was still very stable. It wasn't as fiery as Ryue, nor as professional as Qiyu. The sports car steadily drove on the airport road, heading in the direction of the city center. Qiyu, there's something I need your help with, Xiao Lu said while driving. Oh, what's the matter? Tell me. We're all on the same side. No need to be polite. Xiao Lu said, since coming back, I've been busy recently. I've recorded a new album, which is ready to be released in the near future. It'll be released by our newly established company. However, I found that after coming back this time, I don't seem to be particularly interested in these things. Moreover, when I sing, if it's in the recording studio, it's difficult to find the special feeling of the ancient beast period. It seems that everything has become different from before. I've also finished filming the commercial for Kirin Group. I should be free for a period of time. I hate socializing the most. I'd like you to send me to the ancient beast period. Only there can I find my own inspiration, and only then can I feel the incomparably surging aura of nature. Looking at Xiao Lu's fascinated gaze, Qiyu couldn't help but laugh. This big star is really an admirer of nature. However, it seems that it's easier for her to worship me. After all, I'm the source of nature. I'm sorry, Miss Xiao Lu. I can't fulfill your request, at least for a period of time. I think you should know that only when Snow Girl is here can we go back and forth to the ancient beast period. However, she's going to do a very important thing now, and it's impossible for her to come back in a short time. The feeling of disappointment was overflowing. Looking at Qiyu, Xiaolu's gaze suddenly became a lot dimmer. Indeed, everything in a modern world was no longer important to her. She had long been fascinated by the moving scenery and abundant aura of nature during the ancient beast period, which couldn't be found anywhere else on Earth. When will Snow Girl come back? Is there a specific time? After asking this question, Xiaolu couldn't help but feel a little shy, feeling that she was a little abrupt. Chapter 317. Xiaolu's expression changed when she heard this. But the last time, Qiyu interrupted her. The last time was different. At that time, in order to fight against the Jiuli people, the human allied forces were gathered together. There were even powerful divine beasts there. You don't have to worry about your safety. However, now that the Jiuli people's crisis has been resolved, the human allied forces have split up and are living their own lives. The car slowed down. Xiaolu said sadly, "Is there really no way to go there? Even if it's just for a few days every year. I'll just treat it as a holiday. Can I? Qiyu, as long as you can bring me there, I'll agree to any conditions." After saying this, although Xiaolu did not feel anything special, Qiyu felt that something was amiss. Agree to any conditions? What did she mean? Of course, he understood that Xiaolu was talking about helping his new company and Kirin Group's advertising in the future. However, when she said this, Qiyu could not help but think wrongly. After Xiaolu said this, she quickly reacted. Her pretty face turned red and she said softly, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Don't misunderstand." She glanced at Qiyu. Qiyu was also looking at her at this moment. An ambiguous feeling rose in the car. For some reason, the scene of Qiyu bidding for the Ice Jade Soul Ring and giving it to Ruyue surfaced in Xiaolu's mind. She could still clearly remember that it was the first time in her life that she had felt jealous. And it was from that moment that the man in front of her had left a deep impression in her mind. In addition to the meeting in the elevator, that embarrassing scene had been lingering in Xiaolu's mind for a long time. She could never forget everything that happened between her and Qiyu. However, she also knew that Qiyu already had so many confidants. It was impossible for anything to happen between the two of them. It was only during the era of the ancient beasts that she could temporarily let go of her inner feelings. She was actually a very proud person. Although it was impossible to erase Qiyu's shadow in her heart, it was impossible for her to share a man with another woman. That was something she would never allow to happen. The era of the ancient beasts. For Xiaolu, it was the best place to express her feelings. Therefore, she didn't want to come back after she got there. However, when she returned this time, she realized that the mark in her mind had become even more profound. It was even burning her heart at all times. She often felt like she was in a trance. The seal on her rationality seemed to be no longer as strong, especially whenever she saw the trace of kingly aura that Qiyu exuded. This feeling would become even stronger. Xiaolu. Qiyu's call woke Xiaolu up from her memories. Xiaolu glanced at Qiyu subconsciously. Fortunately, her instincts were good, and she didn't lose control of the car. Miss Xiaolu, actually, you don't need to be so sad. Although I don't want you to go back to the era of the ancient beasts, I have a way to let you experience the scenery of the ancient beasts on Earth. I think, in that case, it should be enough for you. Xiaolu was stunned for a moment. She said subconsciously, "No, that's impossible. Not to mention other places, the air of the ancient beast period can't be replicated on Earth now." Qiyu faintly smiled. There's a phrase I often say. In this world, nothing is impossible. Now, I want to tell you the same thing. How about this? After the press conference is over, I will bring you to the place that can be compared to the ancient beast period. If you want, when you don't need to work, you can live there. No one will disturb you. And if you need anything, I will also satisfy you. Xiaolu was stunned. Although Qiyu was very gentle when he spoke, Xiaolu felt a kind of confidence from his aura. It was a feeling that couldn't be described in words. At least when Qiyu finished speaking, she completely believed that Qiyu had the ability to bring her a world that was similar to the ancient beast period. Without saying anything more, Xiaolu was already looking forward to it. She didn't even want to attend the press conference. Instead, she immediately went with Qiyu to the place that he mentioned. For her, Besides the impression that Qiyu left on her in the past, the most important thing was the sense of mystery. What kind of person was this man? Xiao Lu still couldn't understand. If he was just a psychic, then how could he go to a place that was so far away from the ancient beast period? Although she didn't understand the changes between energy, Xiao Lu also knew that if one wanted to travel through time and space, it would require a lot of energy to do so. The venue chosen for the press conference this time was completely different from the last time. Last time, it was in the auditorium of the Shangri-La Hotel. For a group company that had just entered the industry, it was already a very good choice. However, in just over a year, Kirin Group soared at a speed faster than a rocket. In one leap, it became one of the top 3 super large groups in the Yanwang Republic. Moreover, the speed of continuous improvement was almost unimaginable. Therefore, this press conference was held in the Yanwang Auditorium. This was the place where the country's highest executive council was usually not rented out to individuals. However, how could the outside world understand the relationship between Qiyu and the top management of the Yanwang Republic? This time, the reporters who came were not only from the various media industries in the Yanwang Republic, but also from all over the world. Every reporter's heart was filled with all kinds of questions. A company that was registered with only 100 million Yanwang dollars. After a year of existence, without any financing, the total value of the company's assets was close to tens of billions. This speed of increase in US dollars had never happened in the history of the world economy. It was no wonder that these reporters were crazy about it. At the same time, this made the reporters even more curious. It was the leader of the group, or rather, the boss behind the group, Qiyu. Since the emergence of Kirin Group, Qiyu had only appeared once at the last press conference. After that, he disappeared without a trace. Even the best reporters couldn't find his whereabouts. It could be said that the news about Qiyu was pitiful. That's right. How could the Yanwang Republic let the reporters know the specific situation of the national hero? This time, the reporters crazily gathered in the Yanwang Auditorium. They wanted to be able to see Qiyu again at the second large-scale press conference of Kirin Group. They all wanted to know how Kirin Group could achieve such a speed of improvement in such a short period of time. The reporters' anticipation was worth it because the person they were waiting for had finally arrived. Moreover, he came together with the superstar. Xiao Lu had been missing for nearly a year. However, not only did her popularity not decline, but it had also increased significantly. The reason was because of the advertisement of Kirin Group last time. 3 different performances with 3 different temperaments and 3 beautiful voices with different emotions had all raised Xiao Lu's popularity to an unprecedented level. And it was not only in the country. It was also the same abroad. It should be noted that Kirin Group's products were now all over the developed countries in Europe and the United States. Moreover, the price of Kirin Group's products was extremely high abroad. Xiao Lu also benefited from this. There were many international super companies. They all wanted to seek cooperation with Xiao Lu. However, if they couldn't find her, what could they do? Under the illumination of a large number of flashing lights, Qiyu and Xiao Lu walked together to the rostrum. At this time, Yuan was already there waiting for them. Compared to the press conference a year ago, the current Earth-Moon Pass had become more radiant than before. She even had a lot of the same temperament as Ru Yue. For a woman, the success of her career was undoubtedly also very important, especially for an intellectual beauty like Yuan. Watching a company that was founded by borrowing money grow into a worldwide group in her own hands, that sense of accomplishment was much more important than any return. Moreover, Chi had already discussed with Snow Girl and gave her some shares of Kirin Group. How much assets did she have now? Even Yuan herself didn't know. Only when she was with Zhang Xiaoxiao would Zhang Xiaoxiao tell her resentfully. Now many people said that Yuan was supporting him, a gigolo, which made him very depressed. It could be seen to what extent Kirin Group had reached now. For Yuan, Qiyu had absolute trust and gratitude, not only because she was Zhang Xiaoxiao's future wife. At the same time, it was also because of Yuan's huge contribution. At the same time, it could be said that in the entire Kirin Group, Yuan was the busiest. When Snow Girl was there, she could be a little more relaxed, but now Snow Girl was with Chi-Yu a lot of time. It could be said that the management methods and decision-making of Kirin Group were almost completed by Yu Guan alone. If it wasn't for the large number of fruits brought back from the ancient behemoth period every day, perhaps her body would have long been unable to hold on. The main reason why Yu Guan was able to become even more radiant than he had been a year ago was because of the fruits and the snow maidens. In order to express their gratitude to this big sister, the snow maidens would often leak some of their energy aura to nourish Yu Guan's body when they were together. Therefore, although she was the most laborious person in Kirin Group, her physical condition was much better than before. Seeing that Chi-Yu actually appeared, Yu Guan couldn't help but be surprised. Originally, she didn't expect that Chi-Yu would come. Even she herself had forgotten how long it had been since she saw this boss. She didn't expect that he would actually appear today. With a strange look on her face, Yu Guan moved toward Chi-Yu's side and asked in a low voice, "You still know to appear? Where's Snow Girl? Why didn't she come?" Chi-Yu transmitted his voice to Yu Guan. "She has something to do. She can't come. Today, you will be in charge. Whatever you tell me to do, I will do it." Looking at Chi-Yu's honest appearance, Yu Guan couldn't help but giggle and said, "You are the boss. Let me be in charge." Chi-Yu smiled and said, "Although I am the boss, you are the boss's sister. Of course, you will be in charge, right? No matter what, you are also my brother-in-law's wife, so naturally you are my sister." Yu Guan glanced at him unhappily. That flirtatious look, even Chi-Yu couldn't help but stare blankly. The press conference was held on time. Yu Guan first announced the Kirin Group's movements and development for more than a year. Then, she began the launch of Kirin Group's new products. Just like last time, it was still the advertisement that appeared on the big screen. This time, there was only one advertisement, and it wasn't divided into 3 like last time. However, it was just one advertisement, but the shocking effect it brought was much stronger than the 3 last time. The Yanwang auditorium darkened. All the reporters held their breath and waited quietly. They all believed that Kirin Group would definitely bring them a new surprise. This time, the number of reporters was nearly 10 times more than last time. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the big screen in front. The first thing that appeared was not the image, but the sound. One had to admit that the sound effect in the Yanwang auditorium was absolutely superb. It was no less than a concert hall. When the music appeared, it was very gentle. It didn't give people any shock. It just appeared so naturally. The sound of light music brought everyone present to another world. A beautiful voice accompanied by a fresh voice appeared at the same time. If Xiao Lu's voice was elegant and refined in the past, then now her voice was simply otherworldly. It seemed like it should not exist in this world at all. The screen lit up, and the first thing that appeared was the dazzling sunlight. The sunlight was moving, and the camera instantly zoomed in. This was a vast forest. Giant trees that were tens of meters tall could be seen everywhere. In that forest, every place was so full of vitality. Xiao Lu wore a long white dress and danced in that forest. She didn't have any decorations on her body. Even a long white dress she wore was the simplest style. However, against the backdrop of the surrounding forest that was full of vitality, she was like a forest elf. Her whole person was completely integrated into the big forest. Along with the beautiful singing and graceful dance steps, circles of light green light were released from Xiao Lu's body. Nature seemed to hear her voice. Strange beasts appeared around her, but none of them came within 30 square meters of Xiao Lu. They all seemed to be intelligent, and each of them quietly listened to Xiao Lu's voice. Suddenly, Xiao Lu's dance ended with her head raised to the sky. Then, a golden light descended from the sky. A low and old voice sounded in the entire auditorium. "Goddess Nature, you've finally awakened." That low and deep voice was full of confusing effects, but it was so pure, as if it was really an order from the heavens. It shocked everyone's heart. As the golden light descended from the sky, a golden crown appeared on Xiao Lu's forehead. She slowly closed her eyes and opened her arms. The green light around her body also turned into green spots of light that were released outwards. Gradually, Xiao Lu's body began to spin. "In the name of the goddess Nature, I bestow." The green spots of light wrapped around the surrounding plants and also landed on the bodies of the animals that were watching the ceremony. A layer of misty golden light appeared on the bodies of the animals, but different degrees of mutation appeared on the plants. There were many beautiful fruits on the ground. It grew out of the mutated plants. The faint light flickered continuously, and the direction in which the plants grew was actually the direction of Xiao Lu's body. The old voice sounded again. The power of nature is endless. The light of life will forever spread with the divine power of the goddess nature, bestowing true vitality to people. Xiao Lu's delicate body slowly knelt on the ground. She raised her head to look at the sky. Between her eyebrows, there was already an additional diamond-shaped jade. It looked even more delicate and beautiful. The camera instantly zoomed out. In midair, the four colors of purple, blue, red, and cyan condensed. A huge and illusory black and silver figure appeared in that empty space. The light condensed, and the four colors formed a diamond-like outline of four big words in midair. Kirin Group. A green aura rushed from the forest straight to the sky, setting off the four huge words. The fruits that were growing before were set off by the huge green leaves and soared into the sky. The old voice revealed a hint of a sense of approval. The gift of heaven and earth, the descent of the divine fruit. Boom! It was as if everything had disappeared, but it was also as if everything had dispersed. The visual impact caused everything to return to normal. The last scene of the commercial was Xiao Lu's delicate body rising into the air under the green light, flying towards the sky. And those sparkling fruits constantly rotated around her delicate body. It was over. The commercial was over. The video and sound shocked not only the reporters present, but also Qiyu. He clearly saw it. The shadow in the sky was the form of Ink Kirin. Although the light and shadow were very faint and couldn't be seen clearly, that kind of energy fluctuation, besides him, the four auspicious clouds, Ink Kirin. Who else could it be? Sister Yuguan, this idea was created by Snow Girl, right? Qiyu asked helplessly. Yuguan smiled. Yes, Snow Girl is really a genius. Only she can come up with such a shocking effect. It makes our group's products look like a gift from the goddess of nature, adding a bit of sacred color. The company's products are selling too well. I deliberately maintain a certain quantity limit. Now, some smaller countries even have to auction their terrain because they don't have enough quotas. Kirin Group, it really is the Kirin Group. Qiyu is a little helpless. However, he also had to admit that the effect of the commercial just now was very shocking. Especially Xiao Lu's singing and voice. They were a level higher than before. No need to ask. This was the effect she brought back from the ancient behemoth period. The entire Yanhuang auditorium was silent for a full 3 minutes before the reporters recovered from the previous shock. The press conference then officially began. Everyone had a stomach full of questions to ask. Yuguan looked at the enthusiastic expressions of the people, smiled slightly, and said, "Friend of the reporters, please be quiet first. How about this? I know everyone has a lot of questions to ask. And our group's chairman, Mr. Qiyu, still has a lot of work to do. If you have any questions about the chairman, you can start now. After that, I will introduce the company's latest series of products in detail." Qiyu's body obviously became stiff. He knew that Yuguan was obviously retaliating against him for never contributing to the company, but he had no choice. Since Yuguan had already said so, he could only accept it. For the next hour, almost all the topics were about Qiyu. When Qiyu pulled Xiao Lu out of the Yanhuang assembly hall, he felt like he was about to collapse. He was even more exhausted than when he had fought with Satan. "It seems that your charm is much greater than mine." Looking at Qiyu's embarrassed appearance, Xiao Lu couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, halfway through the press conference, the questions for Xiao Lu were less than a third of the questions for Qiyu. Qiyu smiled bitterly and said, "This is the last time. Next time there is such an event, I will absolutely not participate." God, these reporters are simply too strong. Xiao Lu covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "All right, let's go. Otherwise, if the reporters find out that the dignified chairman of Kirin Group actually slipped away with the excuse of resting. Who knows how they will make things difficult for you. Qiyu looked back at the Yanhuang auditorium and said in his heart, Sister Yuguan, you can't blame me. I have no choice. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I really won't be able to leave. While thinking, he quickly took Xiao Lu out of the Yanhuang auditorium, got back into her sports car, and headed in the direction of the Dragon Field courtyard. Qiyu, where are we going? Xiao Lu asked as she drove. Qiyu was stunned for a moment and said, home. Xiao Lu turned her head and glared at him, saying, did you forget what you promised me before? I remember. I really forgot just now. Qiyu said embarrassedly. Where the hell is that place? I really can't believe that there's a natural environment on Earth that can compare to the ancient beasts. Don't tell me it's Hawaii. It's impossible there. Qiyu shook his head and said with a smile, of course not. All right, I'll take you there, in case you're worried. However, you can only go and take a look now. You can only move there after the construction is complete. Also, you must keep a secret. That place will be the group's biggest secret in the future. Xiao Lu nodded subconsciously. Under Qiyu's guidance, she first drove the car to the Dragon Field courtyard and stopped. After getting out of the car, Xiao Lu said doubtfully, you're not going to tell me that the place you mentioned is nearby, are you? Qiyu shook his head and said, no, of course not. You'll know when you get there. Miss Xiao Lu, no matter what you see later, don't be too surprised. Miss Xiao Lu, no matter what you see, don't be too surprised. Xiao Lu bit her lower lip and said, my heart is fine. Moreover, you've already shown me too many things that don't belong to ordinary people. All right, then let's go now. Without waiting for Xiao Lu to speak again, an invisible energy had already wrapped around her delicate body. As Xiao Lu cried out in surprise, the two of them instantly soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they were already in midair. Xiao Lu's eyes were filled with shock. Just now, they were still in the Dragon Field courtyard, but in the blink of an eye, there were only clouds under their feet. What's going on? Is it an illusion? It's not an illusion. Now that we're flying, that place is still a bit far away. If we don't fly, it'll be troublesome to get there. Xiao Lu looked at Qiyu in surprise. Qiyu seemed to be fine, floating beside her. His black clothes were very eye-catching against the white clouds under his feet, and his long silver hair fluttered behind him. She could clearly feel it. Her body was flying forward at an unprecedented speed, but she couldn't feel any of the cold air that came with flying. Qiyu, are you really a human? With great difficulty, Xiao Lu calmed her heart down. Qiyu looked at her and said, what? How do you think I don't look like a human? Xiao Lu stared at him and said, you don't look like a human at all. Humans can fly? Humans can travel to the era of ancient beasts? Qiyu smiled indifferently and said, there are some things. It's better if you don't know. If you know too much, it'll bring you a lot of trouble. The green wind suddenly appeared, and the clouds under their feet moved at a speed that was 10 times faster than before. A hazy feeling made Xiao Lu speechless. After all of this was too magical. They didn't fly for long. After about half an hour, Qiyu had already passed through the clouds with Xiao Lu's body and gradually descended. Pointing at a small black in the sea under their feet, Qiyu said, do you see that place? That's our destination this time. Xiao Lu was very smart. She turned to look at Qiyu and asked, is that a small island? Qiyu nodded and said, you also know that Kirin Group's product come from the era of ancient beasts. As the group continued to develop, although we controlled the number of products sold, it was still constantly increasing. It's possible to bring back fruits from the era of ancient beasts, but it's still risky. Who knows what will happen in the process of transmigration? Besides, I just told you that I don't want to destroy the balance of that era. So, we have to go there as little as possible in the future. The small island below is one of Yanhuang's Nansha Islands. There's nothing special about it. It's just an ordinary island. We spent some money to rent this island. From now on, this will be the production base of Kirin Group. At the same time, it's also a good place for our own people to relax. The entire island has an area of about 10 square kilometers. I'll set aside a third for vacation, and the rest will be used to grow the fruits we sell. What do you think? Buy an island? No, rent it. With Kirin Group's financial resources, it could indeed be done. Glancing at Qiyu, Xiao Lu said, "But can the fruits from the era of ancient beasts really be grown on this small island? You should know how different the environment of our era is from the era of ancient beasts." With his hands behind his back, Qiyu led Xiao Lu towards the direction of the island. "Others might not be able to, but I can." Xiao Lu's body trembled slightly. She suddenly felt strongly that every word this man said was so credible. Even if what he said now was simply like a fantasy, and, judging from common sense, it was impossible to achieve it all. In fact, this small island was proposed to the country by Qi Yu when he went to see General Ji Zhongming not long ago. After all, Kirin Group had developed to its current scale, and the group needed a base. And Qi Yu and the Zodiac warriors didn't like the hustle and bustle on the mainland. After some discussion, they chose this place. Soon, Qiyu had already brought Xiao Lu to the top of the small island. Looking around, most of the small island was covered with rocks. Perhaps it was because this place had never been developed before, but the seawater around the small island was blue and looked very clear and pure. Immediately, it gave Xiao Lu a very good impression. On the small island, there weren't many plants, and it looked completely barren. Qiyu pointed to the north side of the small island and said, "In the future, that will be our vacation place. Later on, we will build some simple villas or wooden houses like those during the era of ancient beasts. And this side, as well as this side, will be the group's production base in the future. Originally, I planned to reorganize this place in a few days, but since you want to see the scene of the ancient beasts, we will let this place develop first. In the future, when we develop it again, it will save me the trouble of coming here again." Xiao Lu looked at Qiyu blankly. Until now, she still didn't understand what Qiyu wanted to do. However, her confusion didn't last long, because Qiyu moved. Xiao Lu was still floating there, but Qiyu had already descended another 20 meters. A green light floated up, and Qiyu slowly closed his eyes. A huge wind formed a tornado, floating on the small island below. Chapter 3:18. The terrain of the island had not changed, but all the rocks had been swept away by the hurricane into the seawater surrounding the island, making the entire island look bigger. What Xiao Lu saw next was something she would never forget for the rest of her life. The hurricane disappeared along with the green light on Qiyu's body. Then, a layer of green light appeared on Qiyu's body. Although she was tens of meters away from Qiyu, Xiao Lu could clearly feel an unprecedented natural aura rushing towards her. Even the natural aura of the ancient beasts could not be compared to that of Qiyu. Qiyu waved his hands, scattering seeds from his hands and landing on the island that had been cleared. Under his precise control, the seeds of the various plants were divided into different areas and landed on the island. The sparse plants on the island were mainly due to the seawater surrounding it. The salinity of the seawater greatly restrained the growth of plants. However, this was not a big problem for Qiyu. The green light wrapped the seeds and landed on the ground of the island, drilling directly into the soil. The green light disappeared and the light around Qiyu's body turned blue again. Blue light spots could be clearly seen gushing out from the sea around the island. They condensed above the island. The rain appeared, the man-made rain, the rain without a trace of salt, gently caressed the entire island and nourished every plant on the island. The green light appeared again. This time, it was like a huge light shield. It enveloped the entire island. The air on the island seemed to have been sucked out, but soon when the strange plants broke out of the soil, the air reappeared. Under the cover of the green light shield, the air was completely different this time. Xiao Lu was dumbfounded as she watched the various plants that had only appeared during the era of the ancient beasts start to grow wildly on the island. Even though she was hundreds of meters away, she could clearly see the astonishing growth rate of each plant. The previously barren island had now turned into a green ocean. Apart from the clean beach around the island, which still looked the same, the entire island seemed to have been revived, exuding an abundance of vitality. What was going on? No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Xiao Lu cried out involuntarily. Everything in front of her had long surpassed the scope of her understanding. She did not know when Chi-Yu had returned to her side. He smiled and said, "Didn't I say that in this world, nothing is impossible? In other words, in this place, above the disciples of Kirin Group, I am the God here. I can pierce through everything. Similarly, I can also change everything here. Now you should believe that I didn't lie to you before. Our Kirin Group's goddess of nature. I wonder if I can have the honor to invite you to visit our group's Chilan Island? You will be the first guest here after it was built." Xiao Lu didn't know what to say. It wasn't until the moment her feet touched the ground and she felt the aura of the ancient beast that she knew it was all real. Looking at Chi-Yu beside her, Xiao Lu suddenly stretched out her hand and pinched his arm. Then she asked in a daze, "Does it hurt?" Chi-Yu said with a bitter face, "Why don't you pinch yourself? Pinch yourself, and you will know whether it hurts or not." That's right, this place was like the era of the ancient beasts. The aura was exactly the same. In fact, it was much richer than the natural aura of the ancient beasts. The bright fruits had already grown quietly, shining with a crystal light. The pale green light in the sky had gradually disappeared. However, Xiao Lu felt that it was only its color that had disappeared. It was not itself. Watching Xiao Lu walk into the forest in front of him, Chi-Yu's eyes revealed a trace of gratification. Success. He had succeeded. On Earth, he had built a place that belonged to him. If it was before he went to the realm of gods, although he could also create such a place, Chi-Yu knew that what he could do was only create it. He could not maintain it. After all, it was not difficult to maintain the growth of plants. However, it was almost impossible to maintain the environment here. The light shield formed by the energy of the source of nature must always exist for this small island to maintain its current appearance. Without Chi-Yu, the energy of the source of nature would definitely gradually dissipate. In other words, Chi-Yu had to inject natural energy into this place every once in a while to maintain the status quo. That would be a very difficult task. However, it was different now. Everything had changed. There was only one reason, and that was that Chi-Yu had understood the true meaning of the soul. Using the same method, he only injected a trace of the aura of the soul into the source of nature that he output, and it became an individual. From now on, as long as he did not die, the source of nature would always exist here. It would absorb the energy molecules in the air to replenish itself and maintain the invisible protection of the small island. It was an energy that no one could see, and only Chi-Yu could feel its existence. It could be said that the appearance of this place was a miracle in the world, and this miracle was created by Chi-Yu. Just like what he said, he was already a god, a real god. Looking at Xiao Lu's cheerful look, Chi-Yu could not help but smile. With his ability, how could he not know how Xiao Lu felt about him? When a girl liked a man, the atmosphere when they were together would definitely be different. However, he did not want any problems in his relationship, so he had always pretended to be deaf and dumb. This time, he brought Xiao Lu here and built the island to look like the ancient giant beast for her. This could be considered a kind of compensation from Chi-Yu to Xiao Lu. Chi-Yu stood in the same place and watched Xiao Lu immerse herself in the environment of the ancient giant beasts. In this unique domain that he created, he fully absorbed the aura of nature to replenish the energy that he had consumed just now. As the Zodiac army cultivated in the 5 elements domain of the Kongtong seal. Therefore, Chi-Yu had to continuously input the source of nature energy into it every day. Although this was not a small burden for him, it was not enough to affect his ability. After all, the speed at which he recovered the source of nature energy was extremely astonishing. Although it was not enough to completely make up for the consumption, as long as he consumed too much energy, he would calm down and cultivate for a while, and the energy in his body would automatically be replenished. Chi-Yu, thank you. Xiao Lu finally woke up from the intoxication of the wonderful environment and returned to Chi-Yu's side. Perhaps it was because of the excitement just now. Her little face looked red, and it was especially lovable. It's good that you like it. From now on, this is also your home. As long as you're willing to come, this Kirin Island will always be open to you. Chi-Yu looked at Xiao Lu with a smile. From her eyes, he saw that strange and familiar look. Xiao Lu's eyes looked a little blurred, and she stared at Qiyu. Can you tell me, who are you? I asked everyone. I also asked my uncle, but they refused to tell me. Why do you have such great power at such a young age, and why every one of them is willing to follow by your side? They are all at your disposal. Why do you not look outstanding, but have such a pair of peerless confidence? Tell me, why is all of this? Qiyu sighed and said, why? Maybe it is because of power, or maybe it is because of some other reasons. How do you want me to answer you? Miss Xiaolu, don't think too much. We will always be friends. Isn't that right? Between friends, you shouldn't ask too much. You see, I have never asked about your personal affairs. Xiaolu looked at him, a little stunned. Qiyu, you really don't want to tell me? Or should I say, are you running away from me? Qiyu shook his head and said with a smile, no, I'm not running away. I can only say that a person's heart can carry, after all, is limited. And my heart is now full. I still have many things to do. After everything is done, I only hope to bring this full heart with me and live a peaceful life with my family and friends. I can also give you a simple answer to your question. The answer is very simple. Imagine the name of my group. Perhaps you will understand. As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Lu found that the natural aura around her had completely disappeared, and the feeling of her feet on the ground had also disappeared. Surrounded by white clouds, her body flew up again. In the blink of an eye, she had already disappeared. You are not a human, Xiao Lu suddenly exclaimed. She was so impatient that it sounded like she was cursing someone. Qiyu touched his nose and said with a bitter smile, no, I am a human. It's just that Kieran's blood flows in my body. Have you seen those American blockbusters? You can think of me as an existence like Superman, except that I don't wear my underwear on the outside. Don't think too much. That won't do you any good, right? After returning to the Dragon Field courtyard, Qiyu gently placed Xiao Lu next to her car and looked at the girl deeply. His body had already soared into the air. Xiao Lu only felt her vision blur, and what was left in front of her was only air. A feeling of loss arose spontaneously, and Xiao Lu only felt that her heart was empty. However, she quickly remembered the small island just now. Everything on that island had long been deeply imprinted in her mind. Although she did not know if she could forget that man, she was sure that the small island would be her home forever. The comprehensive improvement of the wind thundercloud force gave Qiyu an extremely special speed. The soul of the wind, in a form close to teleportation, could send him to the place he wanted to go. Vatican, the headquarters of the Vatican. It was also the holy land in the eyes of the believers of Kami. There is almost no one here who did not believe in Kami, and almost all the tourists who came every day were here to worship. It was Chiyu's first time coming to this mysterious place, so he naturally did not know the way here, and it was impossible for him to find the place he wanted to find. However, he had his ways. As the king of the Zodiac, if he wanted to find a person, and he also knew the approximate location of that person, it was too easy. Floating in the air, the effect of Kieran's concealment made Chiyu's body completely invisible. He quietly released his mental strength, and almost in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire Vatican. When his mental strength was released, Chiyu immediately discovered that a very strong aura had filled the entire Vatican, and his huge mental strength was actually being violently attacked by this kind of energy. This was the first time Chiyu had encountered such a situation, and the strong light made his breathing become a little hurried. What strong energy! No, this definitely did not belong to the Pope, nor did it belong to the four cardinals. Even if they joined forces, they would definitely not be able to release such a strong energy. Could it be that this energy came from the heavenly realm? No, that's not right either. Chiyu quickly denied this thought, because although this energy was huge and very tyrannical, Chiyu discovered the secret behind it. This powerful energy did not have a soul, which meant that it existed on its own without a controller. His sharp eyes pierced through the sky, observing everything in Vatican. Chiyu suddenly understood that this huge energy was the power of faith. The Vatican had tens of millions of believers all over the world. The faith of these believers caused their souls to condense into a large amount of energy, forming a huge barrier for the Vatican. No wonder it was so difficult for him to break through it with his mental power. Which friend has come to Vatican? Please show yourself. A faint voice rang in the air, and a golden figure quietly appeared less than 20 meters away from Chiyu. Chiyu was shocked. This person could directly approach him and even discover his whereabouts? Since when did the Vatican have such a powerful expert? Taking a closer look, Chiyu could see that the other party was a Westerner in his 50s or 60s. His golden hair had already turned white in many places, and his golden robes gave Chiyu a very familiar feeling. Although he was flying in midair, his figure was tall and straight, and a chilling aura constantly emitted from his body. Tribunal, Chiyu remembered. The attire of the person in front of him was clearly from the Vatican. Looking at the color of his clothes, he should at least be at the level of the deputy head judge. He retracted his scattered mental strength and enveloped the person in front of him, only to see the expression of the person from the tribunal suddenly change. His body had already become shocked, and he was completely bound by an energy that he could not resist. Chiyu's body slowly appeared in midair, and the shock in his heart had already disappeared. Although the person in front of him was not weak, and could even be compared to the four cardinals, he was still far from him. The reason why the other party could discover his whereabouts was probably directly related to the huge power of faith. "Hello, friend from the tribunal." Chiyu faintly looked at the old man in front of him. "It's you?" There was a trace of surprise in the eyes of the person from the tribunal, and the expression on his face also became respectful. "Hello, King from the East. May I know why you are here peeping at Vatican City?" "Chiyu, you know me? I don't think I know you before." "Yes, you don't know me, but I know you. Back in outer space, you single-handedly destroyed an asteroid with your sword. I will never forget it. Your contribution to Earth is unparalleled by any other hero in the history of mankind. Everyone who participated in the operation of the Vatican will remember your face forever. My name is Liszt, the director of the Vatican Tribunal. Welcome to the Vatican City." So this person also participated in the operation to destroy the asteroid. No wonder he knew me. With a faint smile on his face, Chiyu said, "Director Liszt, you're welcome. I am here to see the Pope. I don't know if you can introduce me to him. I was just looking for the Pope's aura." Liszt shook his head and said, "No, actually I didn't find you. It was God who told us that there was a distinguished guest, so I came out to look for you. Since you are here to see His Highness the Pope, then please come with me." Chiyu naturally knew that Liszt couldn't possibly tell him the secrets of the church, so he didn't ask any more questions. Under Liszt's lead, they entered the Vatican. Vatican City, for the various countries on Earth, was definitely a mysterious place. It was the headquarters of the Vatican, and it could be said that it was a place where the theocracy was very concentrated. Under Liszt's lead, Chiyu came to a palace. When he entered this group of palaces, the huge power of faith that his mental power had sensed earlier had disappeared. "Welcome, Mr. Chi. The Vatican is honored by your presence." Pope Marty held his scepter in one hand and strode out of the palace. He welcomed Chiyu. Marty looked quite different from before. His expression was not as deep as before, but his aura of light was much stronger than before. Especially the peaceful and happy look on his face. It made Chiyu feel less bad about him. Compared to Yamu, Marty was easier for Chiyu to accept. After all, he was just an accomplice and did not do anything directly. Of course, Chiyu would not forget how Klinsmann died. It was the four red-robed archbishops of the Vatican who had killed Klinsmann. Although he had already put the blame on Yamu, Chiyu would never forget what the Vatican did. Of course, now was not the time for him to bring this to the surface. "Greetings, Your Highness the Pope. I took the liberty to come here. Please forgive me," Chiyu politely replied in a bureaucratic manner. Marty gestured to Chiyu. "Mr. Chi, please come in. The fact that you are willing to come to Vatican is already our greatest honor. If it weren't for you last time, I'm afraid that even Earth would have been destroyed, let alone us. Your contribution to the Earth cannot be measured by anything." Chiyu followed Marty into the palace. He didn't even sit down and went straight to the point. "Your Holiness, I'm here to ask for a favor." Marty was taken aback. "What? Did Mr. Chi encounter any difficulties?" Actually, even if you didn't come, I would have wanted to find an opportunity to visit you. After all, your power is the strongest among us Earth Guardians. You also know that Earth is about to face the invasion of Hell. Only under your leadership can we fight against those creatures of Hell. Everyone in the Roman Curia will listen to your orders. I hope that Mr. Chi won't decline. Old fox, this old fox. Although he looks better than before, he's still very cunning. Letting him command the Vatican, to put it nicely, was nothing more than the fact that Hell would attack the west where the Vatican was located. By bringing him and the Zodiac guardian god warriors here, they would immediately become their helpers. This wishful thinking was really good. Although he understood it in his heart, Chiyu didn't show it on his face. We'll talk about this later. I also know that Hell is about to descend, and even the Underworld's underworld king, Hades, will lead the Underworld's army to Earth. It's to be able to fight against them. That's why I came to the Vatican this time, hoping to get your help, your holiness. Marty's eyes lit up, and he said with a holy aura, "Praise the Emperor of Heaven. In the name of the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit, as long as we can do it, we will spare no effort to help you." Chiyu nodded and said, "That's good. Your Highness, please send me to the Heaven Realm." Marty looked at Chiyu, dumbfounded. No matter how he thought about it, he never expected that Chiyu would make such a request to go to heaven. His expression immediately turned ugly because of Chiyu's request. Chiyu wasn't in a hurry. He just looked at Marty calmly, waiting for his answer. After a long time, Marty let out a long sigh and said, "Mr. Chi, may I know why you want to go to heaven? It is not an easy thing to go from our earth to the heavenly realm. Moreover, even if you can really go to heaven, it'll be difficult to come back. You are the strongest among the Earth Guardians. Without you, we will not be able to survive. Without you, how will we deal with the cruel Hell's powerhouses?" Chiyu smiled indifferently and said, "You don't have to worry about this. Since I dare to go, I'm confident that I can come back. I'll tell you for free. There are some special places in heaven that might help me increase my strength again. I've decided to go to heaven so that I can better help you fight against Hell and the underworld in the future. Regardless of whether I succeed or not, I will come back. At that time, if something happens to the Vatican, our Zodiac Guardian will definitely help you if we can protect ourselves. Your Holiness, what do you think about this?" Marty's expression changed, and he fell into deep thought again. He was clearly thinking about whether helping Chiyu go to the heaven realm would be a good or bad thing for the church. After a while, Marty suddenly raised his head and said, "Mr. Chi, why are you so confident that you can return from heaven?" Chiyu smiled. He did not directly answer Marty's question, but instead said, "Your Holiness, what do you think of my current strength?" As he spoke, Chiyu put his hands behind his back, and 2 rays of divine light shot out from his eyes. A faint layer of energy completely enveloped him and the Pope. The Pope only felt his body tense up, as if his body had become 100 times heavier. At the same time, his mind instantly became blurry, and it seemed like every part of his body was no longer listening to his original commands. A loud shout came from Marty's mouth, and a golden light surged out, completely enveloping his body. Under the influence of the light, Marty's body looked like it was made of gold, and he looked extremely holy. Unfortunately, the golden light he released could only surround his body, and could only appear on the surface of his skin. He could not release it even if he wanted to. "Mr. Chiyu, what do you mean by this?" Sweat flowed down Marty's forehead. That incomparably huge pressure had already made him feel a little breathless. Chiyu smiled indifferently and said, "I don't mean anything. I just want your Holiness to evaluate my current strength. Very strong, even stronger than before. In my eyes, I can only use the word unfathomable to describe your current strength. It's not something I can fight against. Mr. Chi, please retract the pressure. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll make a fool of myself," Marty said with a bitter smile. Naturally, Chiyu knew that Marty had not used his full strength, but it was enough for him. The pressure suddenly disappeared, and Marty felt his body lighten. The threat was gone. Chiyu said, "Your Holiness, I only released 30% of my strength just now. I think you used 60% of your strength to resist at most. However, to tell you the truth, what I just released was only my mental strength. Now, you should understand the extent of my strength." Hearing Chiyu's words, Marty could not help but be shocked. "What? You've already surpassed the limits of God?" Chiyu shook his head and smiled. "No, I should say that I've surpassed the limits of God on earth. That's just the limit on earth. If you're willing to treat me as a god, I won't object. Actually, haven't you reached a strength close to that of God? But that's not enough. It's far from enough if you want to fight against hell with your current strength. The reason I release my strength for you to see is to tell you that hell is extremely powerful. If you want to fight against them, you'll have to put in more effort. At the same time, I want to tell you that even if my strength goes to heaven, I can still return smoothly, just like how I can return from hell in the realm of gods." Marty stared blankly at Chiyu. He no longer had any thoughts of scheming against Chiyu. The man in front of him was too terrifying. Although Marty already understood this, when Chiyu changed the asteroid's orbit, the feeling that Chiyu gave him now shocked him even more. He was a power that he could not resist at all. Even if the other 4 red-cloaked archbishops were here, he was not confident that they could do anything to Chiyu. In the face of absolute power, everything else was insignificant. You said that you've been to hell and the realm of gods?" Chiyu nodded. "That's right. I went to hell and even fought with Satan. Perhaps you should thank me. A small part of the core circle of hell, where Satan was destroyed under my plan. I also killed some of the powerhouses of the Burning Legion. Even the 3 Dreadlords died in my hands. Hell's strength has been weakened to a certain extent." The Pope could not believe his ears. A human, just a human, went to a plane like hell, and not only did he come back alive, he even told the Pope that he killed the 3 Dreadlords and a large number of members of the Burning Legion. Was this really something that a human could do? However, he could tell from Chiyu's expression that he was not lying. That tyrannical gaze left no room for doubt. "Then, Mr. Chi, can you defeat Satan?" The Pope's gaze was now filled with hope. Chiyu shook his head. "No, I can't. Satan's strength is stronger than you think. At least, I couldn't defeat him back then. His 12-winged strength is not something that I can fight against. However, if you can send me to the heavenly realm, if I can further improve my strength in the heavenly realm, then even if it's Satan, I have the confidence to defeat him. So, I came to Vatican. Now, Your Highness, please tell me directly if you can send me to the heavenly realm." After Marty recovered from his shock, he quickly calculated in his mind. Chiyu's strength was far beyond his expectations. Even without relying on the Zodiac Guardian warriors, he could still achieve such a level. That kind of strength was definitely not something that he could fight against. This was a critical time. Although he was the Guardian of the East, and although he wanted to destroy him more, he could only choose to cooperate with him. However, in order to protect the Church, they could only choose to cooperate with him. After all, they could only rely on the power of this Eastern human to fight against Satan and Hades. After weighing the pros and cons, Marty slowly nodded. "All right, Mr. Chi, I am willing to help you achieve your goal. However, you must also promise me, after you return from the heavenly realm, when the Curia is in trouble, you must lend a helping hand and help us resolve the crisis. Can you do that? You also know that the power of hell is definitely stronger than the underworld. And Miss Yamu is so powerful." Chapter 319. "All right, I understand what you mean. If there is a need, I will come to Vatican City to help you. However, Your Highness the Pope, you must be prepared. After all, it is impossible for a single person to stop Satan's burning legion." Chi was not a good person. At least, he did not think that he was a good person. He was the guardian of the East. In his heart, the most important thing was to protect the East and not any other place. He would help the Vatican and the Greek Guardian, but what Chiyu hoped for the most was that after all the evil forces were eliminated, the Vatican and the Greek Guardian would also be heroic. With a hint of joy on his face, Pope Marty, who was familiar with the Eastern etiquette, extended his right hand to Chiyu and said, "Then I will wait for your return. It's been a pleasure working with you." Chi-Yu extended his hand to shake Marty's. "It's been a pleasure working with you, Your Majesty Marty. Now, you can tell me what I need to do to go to heaven." Marty nodded and said, "Mr. Chi, please follow me." Under Marty's lead, they passed through 3 palaces and arrived at the innermost sanctum. There were 4 guards outside the sanctum. They were all wearing the armor of the Western Middle Ages. However, the 4 of them gave Chi-Yu a dangerous feeling. At his level, they still gave him a sense of danger. To be able to make him feel a sense of danger, it was obvious that these 4 gatekeepers possessed great power. A large hand embedded with steel suddenly extended and blocked Marty and Chi-Yu's path. "Keepsake." The cold voice did not sound like it came from a human. Chi-Yu was surprised to find that he could feel an abnormally powerful soul energy from the armored man, whose face could not be seen. However, he did not feel the presence of any life force. Malty was not angered by the Guardian's obstruction. Instead, he revealed a respectful expression, bowed, and said, "Dear holy knights, the Celestial Emperor is with you." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and solemnly took out a small sword that was only 3 inches long and handed it to the holy knight. The small golden sword released a special energy wave. Although the energy was not strong, it made the 4 holy knights take a step back. They did not make a sound, as if they were 4 statues. Marty turned around and nodded at Chi-Yu before walking inside. After they passed through a silver door, what appeared before him was a long and serene tunnel. There were no lights in the tunnel, and it was completely dark as far as the eye could see. Marty said gruffly, "Mr. Chi, this is the secret passageway to the Radiant Saint Hall. To our church, this is the greatest secret. I hope you won't tell anyone." Chi-Yu said calmly, "Don't worry, I'm not that bored." As he spoke, the 2 of them walked along the secret passage. As they walked, Chi-Yu asked, "Your Holiness the Pope, those 4 holy knights did not seem to be ordinary people. I didn't notice it before. Your church has such powerful experts. Why didn't you ask them to do anything for the church?" Marty smiled bitterly and said, "I know they are powerful, and I hope to borrow their strength. However, that is impossible, because they are not human, and they will not listen to my orders." "Oh," Chi responded and continued walking. Marty hesitated for a moment and said, "Mr. Chi, aren't you going to ask me about their background? Are you not interested?" Chi shook his head and smiled. "No, I'm actually very interested. However, this is a secret of your church. If it's convenient, His Majesty will naturally tell me. Otherwise, it's useless for me to ask, isn't it?" Marty was stunned for a moment, but his expression quickly returned to normal. He sighed and said, "Actually do not belong to our world. They are the 4 divine soul warriors sent by the Emperor Heaven to assist the church. Their status in the church is transcendent. From the day the church was established, the 4 divine soul warriors already existed. Even I don't know how powerful they are. I only know that during the most difficult period of the church's establishment, it was these 4 divine soul warriors who helped the church lay the foundation it has today." Chi-Yu smiled indifferently and said, "Your Holiness must be joking. Can't you feel that the strength of the 4 divine soul warriors has reached the peak of Earth?" The upgrade of the Thundercloud Force caused Chi-Yu's soul to grow to an unprecedented level. Although it was just a glance, Chi-Yu could clearly grasp the strength of the divine soul warriors. He could not help but be secretly surprised by the church's strength. The 4 people from before were all stronger than the red-cloaked archbishops, and could even be compared to Marty. It was no wonder that the church was able to maintain a dominant position on Earth. They were indeed extraordinary. Marty did not say anything else. The strength that Chi-Yu had displayed previously had a huge impact on him. Although it was important for him to believe in the Emperor Heaven, it was equally important for him to hold onto the big tree that was Chi-Yu. At this time, he would definitely not offend Chi-Yu. However, how could he possibly know that deep in Chi-Yu's heart, he was actually equal to Yamo? If it was not for the impending crisis, perhaps Chi-Yu would have already attacked him. In the eyes of Chi-Yu, these Western Guardians were only enemies. After passing through the secret passage, Chi-Yu followed Marty to a room. At the end of the secret passage, there was only this room. The room was very small. It was only about 20 square meters. The entire room was pitch black. If it was not for Chi Yu's amazing eyesight, he would not have been able to see anything in here. Golden light shone from Marty's body. The light flickered and illuminated everything in the room. There was a black cross floating in the air inside the room. When Malty's holy aura shone on the cross, a black cross floated in the air. When the holy aura from Marty's body shone on the cross, the original black was quickly dyed with golden light, filling the entire room with a holy aura. On the front, there was a huge statue. It was completely carved out of milky white jade, and a special aura of energy was constantly being released from the statue. Through Chi Yu's senses, he realized that although the energy released from the statue was not strong, it was filled with the aura of a soul. The statue was of a woman with a very good figure. On her back, there were 12 wings spread open. Both of her hands were up and down, each making a strange gesture. Although it was just a statue, it gave off a feeling that it was alive. The other parts of the room were carved with many complicated symbols. These symbols all had one thing in common. They seemed to be a whole, emitting a mysterious aura of energy. However, they were able to hide their own energy very well. As for the statue, it was the core of these strange symbols. Marty walked to the bottom of the cross, bowed to the statue, and muttered a few words in a special language. Chi Yu could not understand. Mr. Chi, Marty turned around and looked at Chi Yu. This is the location of the highest secret of the Holy See. It is called the prayer room. It is the place where the past popes and the Emperor of Heaven got in touch. You're the first outsider to come here. Chi Yu nodded and said, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Can we start now? Marty nodded and said, Please wait a moment. I need to ask the Emperor of Heaven's will before I can decide. As he spoke, the Pope turned around and faced the statue again. He kept chanting incantations. The golden light that was released from his body gradually turned milky white, just like the statue in front of him. The holy aura continued to rise. In just a short while, Marty's energy waves had risen to the peak of what he could achieve. The room was small to begin with, but it was filled with such a huge amount of energy. Naturally, every inch of the space was filled with holy aura. Chi Yu stood there. He did not need to activate his own energy at all. A faint layer of energy flowed out and floated on his skin. Although the holy aura was huge, it did not affect him at all. The Pope suddenly chanted something in a loud voice. The statue in front of him suddenly lit up. The statue's eyes instantly shot out two rays of golden light, which overlapped with the Pope's eyes. The Pope's body trembled violently. Soon, his body stopped moving, and a special aura appeared on his body. It felt as if the soul of the statue had entered his body. The energy in the entire room turned into a cycle. Chi Yu stood there and waited quietly. At the same time, it would not be his style if he did not take advantage of such a rich, holy aura. The energy of the source of nature quietly circulated, and the holy energy from the outside world was slowly absorbed by Chi Yu. Back then, he had worked with the Pope once, so Chi Yu knew that the holy energy of the Vatican had a certain photosynthetic effect on the source of nature and could increase the strength of the source of nature's energy to a certain extent. The Pope was obviously communicating with the heavenly realm. He was not in a hurry. Under the influence of the holy energy here, he began to cultivate his source of nature. He also increased the intensity of his source of nature's energy and channeled it into the Kong Tong seal to better assist his companions in their cultivation. After half an hour, the golden light connecting the Pope and the statue gradually disappeared. Letting out a long breath, Marty's expression returned to normal, and the holy aura on his body automatically retracted. Mr. Chi, the Emperor of Heaven, has agreed. He has agreed to let you go to the heavenly realm to search for the energy you need, Marty said to Chi Yu as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Chi Yu nodded and said, Then let us begin. Wait a minute, Marty said. Although the Emperor of Heaven has agreed to let you go to the heavenly realm, Mr. Chi, we are helping you, and at the same time, we hope that you will help us in the future. I wonder if we can form an unwavering alliance? Threaten? Chiyu glanced at the Supreme Pontiff and smiled faintly. Your Highness, haven't I already agreed? I will help you as much as I can. Isn't this what it means to be an ally? Marty hurriedly said, No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, can you please sign a treaty with the Vatican? This way, it will be more convenient for us to work together in the future. Naturally, Chiyu understood what Marty meant. The Pope was obviously worried about him, but from his point of view, it was nothing. The meaning of an ally was too broad. How could it bind him? Sure. However, I will not sign this treaty with the Vatican. If you want to sign it, only your Emperor of Heaven has the right to do so. The pressure appeared again, and Marty did not even have time to react before his body bent under the immense pressure. Facing Chi-Yu's powerful aura, Marty knew that if he did not help him to go to the heavenly realm, no one could say what this Eastern man would do. Of course, that's for sure. A powerhouse like you should naturally be under the command of His Majesty Emperor of Heaven. All right, I will send you to the heavenly realm now. Please be careful on your journey. The pressure was lifted with the Pope's words. A faint light flickered, and Marty quickly drew a golden hexagram in front of his chest. The cross in the air began to spin, and a powerful holy aura was released in an instant, pushing away everything around it. At the same time, the statue released a layer of milky white light. As the light flickered, the cross in the air began to emit strong energy waves. Space was torn. That was what Chiyu felt. His previous 2 trips to hell and the divine realm, his spiritual force was not strong enough. However, the current him was far stronger than before. He could clearly feel the energy of space tearing. This process could not be completed immediately. After all, tearing space required an incomparably large amount of energy. Lung Air used a special magic artifact to bring him to hell, while Yamu's energy collided with his, creating a huge energy wave that sent him to the divine realm. If Marty wanted to tear space, he would need to borrow the energy in this room, and at the same time, he would need to constantly release his own energy to do so. However, Chiyu did not have the patience to continue waiting. Your Majesty the Pope, let me help you. Chiyu moved. He raised his hands, and his eyes instantly turned golden. Shortly after, a layer of greenish-golden light appeared on his palms. The cross in the air had disappeared, and a black hole the size of a fist was revealed. However, when Chiyu raised his hands, the black hole seemed to have stopped. Open, Chiyu shouted. He suddenly separated his hands, and the entire room trembled violently. The black hole the size of a fist was forcefully torn apart by Chiyu, revealing a hole that was large enough for a person to pass through. In a flash of light, Chiyu's figure had already disappeared. Marty stared dumbfoundedly at the crack that was slowly closing up. He muttered to himself, "Oh my God, is this really the power of a human?" He had actually reached the level of being able to tear space, which was something that even His Majesty the Sky Emperor couldn't do. It seems that I still underestimated his power. Tearing space did not only require a large amount of energy, but also a sense of space. Tearing space to another plane required one's energy and mental strength to reach unprecedented heights. Only with the guidance of the soul and the coordinates could it be done. Marty had already provided the coordinates. With his thundercloud force, which was close to the 9th cloud level, Chiyu easily tore space apart and entered the passage to another plane. It was no different from the previous 2 transmigrations. The process of transmigration did not affect Chiyu at all. When the pressure around him weakened, he knew that he had arrived at the so-called heaven realm. It was all white and misty. It was as if he was in the clouds. The energy aura around him was exceptionally refreshing. Compared to the heavenly realm, the holy aura here seemed to be slightly weaker. However, there was a touch of the soul. The thundercloud force operated, dispersing the surrounding clouds. At this moment, he saw a pair of birdmen flying in his direction. The leader. It was the Angel of Flames, Raphael, who had fought with his clone on Earth. Behind Raphael, there were more than 10 angels. They were only 2-winged angels. The energy waves did not attract Chi-Yu's attention at all. "Hello, Mr. Chi. It's a pleasure to have you visit the heaven realm. The Emperor of Heaven is waiting for you. Please follow me." Raphael seemed to have forgotten that Chiyu had destroyed his clone. He spoke to Chiyu very politely. Chiyu nodded and said, "Please lead the way." Raphael spread the 6 pure white wings on his back and floated up. He led the angels under him and flew in a certain direction. Chiyu flew behind him while observing the surrounding scenery. When he was in the heavenly realm, he did not pay much attention to it. However, there were obvious differences between the heavenly realm and the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm was like earth filled with a holy aura. It also had mountains and rivers. Everything was not too different from earth. The only difference was the aura. However, the heavenly realm was different. The ground under his feet could not be seen. Everywhere was white and misty. Moreover, this seemed to be a flat space. There were no mountains and rivers like in the heavenly realm. As far as the eye could see, everything was just white. Raphael did not talk to Chiyu. After flying for about half an hour on Earth, he brought Chiyu to a stop. The white fog in front of them slowly dispersed. A golden palace appeared in front of Chiyu. The palace was extremely majestic. At least, it was the largest palace that Chiyu had ever seen. The entire palace was more than 300 meters tall. It was a classical European architectural style. The entire palace exuded a calm aura. In front of the palace, there were at least hundreds of angels guarding it. Except for a few individuals, most of the angels only had wings. "This is the temple where the Emperor of Heaven is. Mr. Chi, please." Raphael made a gesture to Chiyu. The angels who originally followed him did not seem to have the authority to enter here. They quietly dispersed. Chiyu followed Raphael and walked into the temple where the Emperor of Heaven was. The area of the temple was as large as its height. At least, that was what Chiyu felt. Under Raphael's lead, they walked at least a kilometer before they saw another huge door of the main hall. Along the way, Chiyu discovered that there were not many angels in this temple. However, they were at least 4-winged. Raphael could see the doubts in Chiyu's heart. He smiled and said, "In heaven, angels are differentiated by the number of wings they have. Angels with only 2 wings cannot enter the temple. Only those with 4 wings and above can enter the temple to serve His Majesty, the Emperor of Heaven. At the 6-winged seraphim realm, we can become archangels and be valued by His Majesty. You have already met the archangels before." Chiyu nodded and said, "Is the Emperor of Heaven inside?" Raphael said, "Yes, His Majesty is inside waiting for Mr. Chi's arrival. Please." As he spoke, he took the lead to walk in front of the huge door. A layer of golden light was released from the Angel of Light. The huge door that was 100 meters tall slowly opened. Chiyu discovered that the Raphael he had fought on Earth was very different from the one he had fought now. The Angel of Light here was far more powerful than the one he had faced in the past. Even the Pope's strength could not compare to him. Compared to the Dreadlord of Hell, the 6-winged seraphim of the heaven realm was obviously stronger than him. This was the complete opposite of what Chiyu knew. It seemed that the strength of the heaven was not that simple. The temple, the central temple of the heaven, was also known as the Emperor of Heaven Temple. This was the place where the Emperor of Heaven handled all matters of the heaven. As soon as he walked in, Chiyu immediately felt a huge pressure. It was the same pressure he felt in front of the Demon King's castle in hell. It was the pressure of the elements. After all, he did not have the holy energy of the heaven. Just like how he was suppressed by the dark energy, his body was also suppressed to a certain extent. Raising his head, he saw that the huge temple was completely empty. In the innermost part of the temple, there was a person sitting on a high throne. It was a woman. The 12 pure white wings on her back indicated her identity. Compared to the statue in the Pope's secret room, the real Emperor of Heaven was much more beautiful, especially the holy aura she released that made people unable to look at her directly. It was something that Chiyu had never seen on any woman, not even Yamu. In this aspect, he could not compare to her. The remaining seraphim under the Emperor of Heaven were all present, led by the Angel of Battle Michael and the Angel of Death Gabriel. Their eyes were now focused on Chiyu. "It's my honor to have such a lineup to receive me. Chiyu, who was momentarily dazed because of the Emperor of Heaven's radiance, quickly regained his senses. He took a few steps forward and bowed slightly to the Emperor of Heaven. A strange light flashed in the Emperor of Heaven's eyes. "Are you the powerful guardian of the East that Marty mentioned?" Chi smiled indifferently and said, "Your Majesty can call me by my name." Chi. The Emperor of Heaven stood up from her seat and slowly walked toward Chi. She was very tall and had perfect proportions. Her height was about the same as Chi, and the 12 wings on her back had an extra layer of pale golden light. An unfathomable feeling was released from her body. It was the same as when Chi first met Satan. Even the degree of energy suppression was the same. However, the current Chi was no longer the Chi who went to hell. Silver light was released from Chi body. He still stood there with his back straight. No matter how much pressure the Emperor of Heaven exerted, his body did not change in the slightest. As expected, you have surpassed the limits that Earth has on humans. You have reached the same level as me. I couldn't have predicted that an expert like you would appear on Earth. I wonder if you can tell me the source of your power? The Emperor of Heaven looked at Chi with curiosity in her eyes. If it was not because Chi knew that she was as old as the birth of humans, he might have been fooled by her innocent expression. "Your Majesty, you shouldn't be asking me this. You already know that I come from the East. My power is naturally bestowed by the East, isn't it?" Chi replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. After his strength increased again, he had completely placed himself on the same level as Satan and the Emperor of Heaven in front of him. Status needed to be supported by strength. This was something that Chi understood very well. At this moment, in this world, there was nothing that he needed to be afraid of. Even Old Ox. At most, he could only defeat him, but he could not make Chi-Yu's fighting spirit yield. Power from the East? Power from the East? The Emperor of Heaven frowned slightly, as if she thought of something. The light in her eyes became sharper. "Malti has told me everything about you. What do you want from the heavenly realm?" "Chi-Yu, I think that as long as you bring me to the passage between heaven and earth, I will know what kind of power I want." The Emperor of Heaven's expression changed. "Are you going to return to earth through the passage? That's impossible. Even I can't pass through there." Chi-Yu smiled indifferently and said, "Just because you can't pass through doesn't mean that I can't. Just like how Satan can't go to earth through the passage to hell, I did it." "How dare you?" The blazing angels shouted angrily at the same time. A huge energy wave instantly enveloped Chi-Yu's body. Chi-Yu revealed a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth. He raised his right hand and made a very natural movement. A soft sound came from his hand, but nothing happened. Chi-Yu took a step forward and walked out of the huge pressure, just like that. The blazing angels' energy lock on him didn't have any effect. They couldn't even attack Chi-Yu immediately. This was because the spiritual aura that they had locked onto Chi-Yu was still at the position where Chi-Yu was just now. The Emperor of Heaven was moved. "Tearing space. You actually have the power to tear space." Yes, Chi-Yu relied on the tearing space he had just learned to calmly walk out of the energy lock of the 6 blazing angels. "Your Majesty, I think that we are on the same side when it comes to facing the invasion of hell and the underworld. None of us knows what will happen in the upcoming battle. However, the more power we have on Earth, the better we will be able to resist the threat of hell. So, I'm here. Your Majesty, please help me." The Emperor of Heaven looked at Chi-Yu and said, "So, you're willing to help us deal with Satan?" Chi-Yu shook his head and said, "No, Your Majesty, you're not completely right. I'm not helping you. I'm just protecting what I should be protecting. Your Majesty, please take me to the channel. I hope that I can get the energy I need there. I'm afraid that the day of the alignment of the 9 stars is not far away." The Emperor of Heaven nodded slowly and waved his hand to make the blazing angels who wanted to gather back. "Chi-Yu, are you really just a human? Why hasn't there been a human as powerful as you in the Vatican?" Chi-Yu smiled indifferently and said, "Perhaps this is the difference between the East and the West. We don't have a god in the East, so we need to create a god. Otherwise, won't we be assimilated by the West?" The Emperor of Heaven smiled sweetly and said, "You make me feel threatened. It's been many years. The last time I felt threatened was when Satan brought his aura during the war between gods and demons. You're very powerful. I really want to keep you in heaven forever. Chi is not afraid of the Emperor of Heaven's words at all. He smiled and said, "Unfortunately, this is just your opinion. Indeed, with the combined power of you and the 6 blazing angels, you're definitely stronger than me. However, you can only defeat me. It's impossible for you to keep me here. What's more, it's far more beneficial for you to stay on Earth, isn't it? You'd rather use me to deal with hell? And hell is something I have to deal with. So, in a sense, we're standing on the same side. Your Majesty, Emperor of Heaven, please." The Emperor of Heaven looked at Chiyu with a little more confusion. After a long while, she nodded gently and said, "Well, I'll help you. I hope you won't forget what you promised Malti." The 12 wings on his back suddenly expanded rapidly. The wings, which were originally only 2 meters long, instantly spread to more than 10 meters long. The 12 wings closed at the same time, enveloping Chiyu. The white wings formed a huge cocoon, and Chiyu and the Emperor of Heaven were included in it. Chapter 320. Chiyu smiled bitterly. "Your Majesty, you should know how your appearance and body rank in the human world. I'm just a normal man." Emperor of Heaven sighed. "Mr. Chi, there's only the 2 of us here. I'd like to ask you for a favor. As long as you're willing to help me, even if you return to Earth and face attack from hell and the underworld, you don't have to fulfill your promise to Marty. You just have to protect yourself." "Oh." Chiyu's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The reason why he was certain that Marty would send him to the heaven realm was because he was of great value to the church. He had the same thought when he faced the Emperor of Heaven. However, the Emperor of Heaven seemed to be telling him that the Vatican did not really need his help. "What is it? If I can do it?" Chiyu asked. The Sky Emperor suddenly lowered his head and let out a long sigh. "You should know that although the heavenly realm is very powerful, it can't leave this plane. Even if I want to go against hell, it's almost impossible. The 9-star alignment will open a passage between hell and Earth. 1,000 years after the 9-star alignment, another passage will be opened. It has nothing to do with Earth, but it will open a passage between heaven and hell. However, that passage has its own characteristics. Only super powerhouses like you and me can pass through it." Chiyu's heart skipped a beat. He understood what the Emperor of Heaven meant. "You're saying that you'll fight Satan 1,000 years later?" Emperor of Heaven nodded. That's right. That's why I need your help." Chiyu frowned. "I'm just a human. Even if I can live for 1,000 years, I'm afraid that space will change. It'll be a problem for me to come to your plane, let alone help you. Although I can promise you perfunctorily, I won't do that." The Emperor of Heaven smiled. Her beautiful face, which was filled with a sacred aura, suddenly blushed. She shook her head and said, "No, you're wrong. I don't want you to help me fight. I still had some confidence in my own strength. Even if I couldn't defeat Satan, I definitely wouldn't lose to him. This was the balance between hell and heaven. However, the battle between me and Satan will most likely end in a lose-lose situation. In this matter, only Satan and I know. At that time, if Satan and I die because of the degree of injury, I'm afraid. After all, the heaven realm needed a strong leader. Satan has a daughter. If Satan dies, she can also inherit Satan's position, but in our heaven realm, there is no such thing. I will always be alone. Therefore, before the final battle with Satan, I must groom a successor. Do you understand what I mean?" "No, I don't understand what this has to do with me." Chiyu looked at the Emperor of Heaven. Although he had already thought of something in his heart, he would never say it out loud at this moment. The Celestial Arch replied shyly, I want you to help me. I need a child. I need a child to be my successor." "What?" Chiyu exclaimed. Even when he was facing the 6 blazing angels and the Emperor of Heaven, he wasn't this excited. Looking at the shy look of the Emperor of Heaven, his mind couldn't help but go blank. Could it be that the dignified Sky Emperor actually wanted to borrow his seed? This was too ridiculous. The Emperor of Heaven lowered his head and said, "It is extremely difficult for high-ranking people like us to have a child of our own. Back then, Satan had gone through a lot of trouble to have his daughter, but I had never come across a suitable opportunity. You are very powerful. Although you are only a human, your strength has even surpassed that of an ordinary god. Therefore, I need your help. Is it possible? As long as you are willing to help me, in the future, the child we create together will become the successor of the heaven realm, and you can also become a father. From now on, as long as you need help from the heaven realm or the Vatican, we will help you without any conditions. What do you think? A beautiful woman came to his door, or rather, sent to his bed, with such good conditions. Any man would probably not be able to refuse. However, Chi was after all not an ordinary person. Looking at the Emperor of Heaven in front of him, whose appearance was definitely not inferior to Yamu's, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Could this be a conspiracy of the heaven realm? After all, when he was with Yamu, he had already suffered too much. He would never make the same mistake again. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't promise you. I already have a wife. I can't betray my wife, Chi said sternly. In fact, his heart was already a little shaken, but he could still reluctantly stick to his principles. This time, it was the Emperor of Heaven's turn to be surprised. You helping me to give birth to a child. What does that have to do with your wife? It has no relation at all. Chi looked at the Emperor of Heaven dumbfounded and asked tentatively, You said that you want me to help you to give birth to a child. How do you do that? The Emperor of Heaven said, It's like this. In our heaven realm, if we want to give birth to the next generation, we need a huge amount of energy. If I just want to give birth to an ordinary child, my own strength is enough. However, my child must inherit my current position in the future, so he must also have the same strength as me. At the very least, after a long period of cultivation, he must be able to reach my current level. Therefore, I don't have enough energy. I've already used my own energy to create his body, but it's also because of this that I've expended a lot of energy. I can only allow him to inherit my divine sense, but I don't have enough energy to give him life. But you have the world's most mystical origin of nature energy, so I want to borrow some of your origin of nature energy. Inject life into my child, and help me successfully give birth to the successor of this heaven realm. Chi smiled bitterly in his heart. It turned out that he had misunderstood. Fortunately, he didn't say anything excessive just now, otherwise he would have lost a lot of face. Looking at the Emperor of Heaven's expectant gaze, he nodded and said, I can help you with this matter. Then what do I need to do? The blush on the Emperor of Heaven's pretty face became more obvious. You need to inject the power of life directly into my child. Give him real life, and you'll be the father of this child. As she spoke, a layer of white light was released from her body, and the 12 wings on her back quietly separated, still maintaining the appearance of the big cocoon just now, surrounding the two in the center. Slowly taking a few steps forward, the Emperor of Heaven shyly came in front of Chi. I know such a request is a little abrupt, but I have no other way. After all, in this world, only you have the origin of nature energy. If I miss this opportunity, I am afraid I will not be able to find the same energy in the future. Therefore, I must ask for your help. I need you to inject the origin of nature energy into my lower abdomen and combine it with the child I created. After having vitality, in the near future, he will be able to be born. As she spoke, the Emperor of Heaven pulled up Chi-Yu's right hand, gritted her teeth, and directly stuffed it into her clothes, letting Chi-Yu's hot hand stick to her lower abdomen. Chi-Yu didn't feel anything. The smooth and warm skin of the Emperor of Heaven gave him a very comfortable feeling, but the Emperor of Heaven's body trembled. She had existed for tens of thousands of years, but this was the first time a man touched her body. How could she not be excited? A faint light lit up from her body. This time, it was no longer white light, but a pale golden airflow surrounding Chi-Yu's body. Chi-Yu asked, Your Majesty, Emperor of Heaven, what should I do now? The Emperor of Heaven almost relied on Chi-Yu's right hand to support her weight. That strange feeling that she had never felt before continued to spread to every part of her body. You only need to inject the energy of the origin of nature into my lower abdomen. You will feel a soft energy there. That is our child. Please bring the breath of life to him. Leave your life mark in his body, and then use the energy of the origin of nature to nourish his breath of life. Don't worry. I know that this will consume a certain amount of energy. I will use my own divine power to replenish your body. Through your energy conversion, you can completely maintain the strength of your energy. As she spoke, she slowly raised her head. Her pretty face revealed a trace of a pleading expression. Chiyu didn't say anything more, just nodded quietly. The energy of the origin of nature quietly flowed out, the warm airflow, along his right palm, directly into the body of the Emperor of Heaven. In fact, the Emperor of Heaven chose Chiyu because she had no other choice. It was too difficult for her to give birth to a child who could inherit her throne in the future. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited until today. After Chiyu came to the Heaven realm, the Emperor of Heaven immediately felt his powerful energy. It was something she had never felt before. She even felt that the human in front of her was stronger than her, and his body actually had the energy of the origin of nature that she needed the most. With this, her child could be born smoothly, inherit her and his excellent genes, and in the future, it was very likely that the child's achievements would be above her. Therefore, she had to let go of the shyness in her heart and face Chiyu with a pleading tone. In order to have a child, he was even willing to give up the forces that the Heaven realm had painstakingly built up on Earth. Chiyu was not afraid that the Emperor of Heaven would harm him. After reaching his current strength, he had the ability to completely lock on to his own energy. Moreover, he was now in his perfect state. If the Emperor of Heaven wanted to forcibly absorb his origin of nature, energy, and breath of life like Yamu, then the result would only be the consequences of his own actions. The Emperor of Heaven absolutely understood this. After all, they were super strong people of the same level. Therefore, while slowly transferring the origin of nature energy into the Emperor of Heaven's body, Chiyu used his own mental strength to guard his body. The Emperor of Heaven did not lie to him. Just as he had said before, he released his own divine power, and the gentle divine power was directly injected into Chiyu's body, replenishing the consumption of the origin of nature energy. Unknowingly, the Emperor of Heaven's delicate body had already stuck to Chiyu's body. Her hands were pressed on Chiyu's back and chest, so that her divine power could be better output. Under the supervision of Chiyu's mental strength, if she wanted to do anything abnormal, she would definitely be the one who would be hurt. After all, Chiyu's strongest right hand was on her lower abdomen. Under the control of Chiyu's mental strength, the origin of nature energy quickly found the ball of energy that the Emperor of Heaven had mentioned. Chiyu was surprised to find that the ball of energy was extremely powerful. At least 70% of the Emperor of Heaven's energy aura was concentrated in this ball of energy, but it was not injected, but nurtured. It seemed like this was the method that the Emperor of Heaven used to give birth to a child. Just as the Emperor of Heaven had said, although the ball of energy she had condensed already had an extremely large amount of energy and even had a part of the Emperor of Heaven's consciousness, there was no aura of life. If it had been in the past, it would have been extremely difficult for Chiyu to leave his life imprint on this child. This was because doing so was very likely to destroy his own life imprint, and there would be irreparable consequences. However, it was different now. His soul had been raised to an unprecedented height in the process of upgrading the wind thundercloud force, and under the effect of the soul, he could completely engrave his life imprint on the little life that the Emperor of Heaven was giving birth to, so that it could inherit his life aura. This was something that even Chiyu did not expect. Everything was done so easily, as if the conditions were right. The whole process of engraving the life imprint did not change at all, and Chiyu easily made the child that had the Emperor of Heaven's consciousness have his own life aura. Feeling that the child's life force was constantly increasing, Chiyu suddenly had a strange feeling. Although he had 5 female confidants, including Wenting, there were 6. However, Kiran's ability in that aspect was very strong, but the probability of giving birth to a child was very low. Therefore, although he had slept with Ryue and Snow Girl, there had never been any signs of pregnancy. At this moment, when he engraved his life imprint on the Emperor of Heaven's body, the feeling of creating life made him feel the joy of becoming a father for the first time, and the light in his eyes suddenly became a lot gentler. The life imprint was finally completed. Chiyu did not know how long it took him. He only knew that under his full effort, the life imprint that was engraved was without the slightest flaw and could be said to be his most perfect work. When his mental strength returned to his body, Chiyu was filled with a feeling of gratification. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the divine power that the Emperor of Heaven had injected into him was slowly weakening. Opening his eyes, Chiyu saw the Emperor of Heaven's painful expression, and the energy aura on her body had become very unstable, much weaker than before. After a simple scan with his mental strength, Chiyu immediately understood. In order to give birth to this child, the Celestial Arch had already expended more than 70% of her divine power. On the surface, she looked like a powerful Celestial Arch, but most of her powerful energy was in the child. When he used his soul to engrave the life imprint in her body, it had a great impact on her own energy, and she needed to constantly inject divine power into herself to maintain her peak state. Even if she was the Emperor of Heaven, under such a heavy consumption, it was already a little difficult for her to bear. Let go. I'm fine. Chiyu slowly injected the energy of the source of nature into the Emperor of Heaven's body, and at the same time, used his own energy to shake off her hands. The Emperor of Heaven opened her eyes in panic and looked at Chiyu. What she saw was a pair of eyes filled with a gentle aura. My energy is enough to support all of this. Since I am the father of this child, I should also do something for the child. How can I let your energy support it alone? Feel my energy, open your body and mind, and give everything to me, okay? Although it was only a one-time encounter, although the Emperor of Heaven had put forward such an unimaginable condition, Chiyu could fully feel the Emperor of Heaven's desire to be a mother, that kind of motherly feeling. It touched him. At this time, he no longer had any defense against the Emperor of Heaven. If a woman, especially a woman like the Emperor of Heaven, dared to deceive him at the cost of her own child, then did she still deserve everything she had now? A faint light flickered. Chiyu did not say anything more, and the energy output of the source of nature in his body suddenly increased. This time, it was not only to nourish the life imprint that had just been engraved. At the same time, it was also nourishing her body, and huge energy fluctuations were constantly being released. For Chiyu, it did not cause too much of a burden. The Emperor of Heaven's lower abdomen gradually became hot under the effect of his huge energy of the source of nature, and the large amount of energy that she had previously consumed was rapidly recovering under the support of Chiyu. Closing his eyes, the power of his soul was completely released and mixed with his spiritual power. At this moment, for the first time, Chiyu completely released his strength after upgrading the Thundercloud Force. It could be said that he was now carrying out huge consumption in three aspects. On the one hand, he had to constantly inject the energy of the source of nature into the Kong Tong seal to assist his companions in their cultivation. On the other hand, he also had to nourish the Emperor of Heaven and her child with the energy of the source of nature. If it were anyone else, perhaps no one would be able to bear such a huge consumption, but Chiyu was able to bear it. Under the effect of the combination of the soul and spiritual power, he absorbed the energy of the heavenly realm at an unprecedented speed and then transformed it into the energy of the source of nature itself. The involvement of the soul further increased the speed of his absorption of energy. His body became a transfer station of the cycle, constantly condensing a huge amount of energy and continuously releasing it. It was like a special cultivation method. At this time, the 6 seraphim were guarding outside the huge 12 wings. They had received instructions from the Emperor of Heaven and were now nervously watching the white wings in front of them. In the beginning, they could only feel the huge amount of energy, but at this time the energy had changed. The originally white 12 wings of the Emperor of Heaven had now become the color of emerald, full of vitality of the source of nature, giving them an unprecedented feeling of comfort. At the same time, they could clearly feel the holy energy in the heavenly realm rushing towards the 12 wings. Although they did not know what was happening, they could only continue to guard here. Time passed day by day. Qi Yu and the God King had already stayed in the giant wings for a total of 49 days. To them, it might only be a moment, but to the seraphim waiting outside, it felt like 49 years had passed. Just when the 6 seraphim were getting a little impatient, the emerald light in front of them suddenly disappeared. Then a huge amount of energy surged in an instant. The 12 wings spread out in an instant, and incomparably surging energy blew the 6 of them back 100 meters. That was a huge amount of energy that could not be resisted. In the next moment, the 6 seraphim's eyes widened, and they could not believe what they saw. The Emperor of Heaven closed her eyes, and her face revealed a completely blissful light. She lay in Qi Yu's arms, her hands wrapped around his waist, and the 12 wings on her back flapped gently, returning to their original size. At the same time, the energy aura on her body seemed to have become stronger than before. The light on her face also had a bit more motherly and holy light. Qi Yu was still standing there, his body releasing a silver light. Like the Emperor of Heaven, his face was also filled with the light of happiness. He looked down at the Emperor of Heaven in his arms, as if he was thinking about something. Michael and Gabriel looked at each other and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? Why would Her Majesty and this human?" Gabriel shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "How would I know? You ask me, but who am I going to ask?" Qi Yu slowly raised his head and said softly, "I have done what I promised you. I think there should be no more problems. If my feeling is right, he will be born in a year at most." The Emperor of Heaven stood up from Qi Yu's arms reluctantly, loosened his hands, and said chokingly, "Thank you, Qi Yu. Thank you for giving me what I want the most." Qi Yu shook his head and said, "No, you have sacrificed much more than I have. Moreover, this is our child, isn't it? I have to go. Although your energy has basically recovered, try not to move around as much as possible. Don't worry about the baby. You don't have to worry about the things on Earth. I think I have the ability to handle everything. To be honest, I have never liked the Vatican. When the time comes, if I do something, I hope you can understand." The Emperor of Heaven smiled. "As I said, as long as you do me this favor, the Vatican will only be your help in the future. From now on, the Vatican will only be your helper. As for how you want to deal with them, I will not interfere. After all, when the 9-star alignment comes, the connection between the Vatican and us will also be completely cut off. However, after the 9-star alignment ends, when you have time, can you come to see our child again?" "Yes, I will." Qi Yu looked at the Emperor of Heaven gently. Although he and the Emperor of Heaven did not have a physical relationship, but listening to the heartbeat of the little life in her lower abdomen, which was exactly the same rhythm as his, Qi Yu had already regarded the Emperor of Heaven in front of him as a family member. At this moment, the whole heaven suddenly shook violently without warning. Qi Yu and the Emperor of Heaven changed their expressions at the same time and looked up into the sky. The sky, which was originally filled with white light, had begun to darken at some point, and the speed at which it dimmed was increasing at an unprecedented rate. The Emperor of Heaven suddenly changed his expression and said, "Not good. The 9-star alignment is going to appear. Qi Yu, hurry up and leave. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave." 49 days passed. The 9-star alignment was finally going to appear. At this moment, the hearts of Qi Yu and the Emperor of Heaven could not help but sink. The Emperor of Heaven took Qi Yu's hand without saying anything and flew quickly towards the direction of the heaven realm under the protection of the 6 blazing angels. At the same time, layers of white light were constantly released from her body, which slowed down the spreading speed of the black in the air. When the Emperor of Heaven brought Qi Yu to a pool, she stopped. The white mist dispersed, revealing a clear but bottomless pool of water. "Is it here?" Qi Yu asked. The Emperor of Heaven nodded and said, "Yes. You want to return to Earth. You need to go through this pool to do so. Your current energy." Qi Yu smiled and said, "Don't worry, my energy is not a problem. Unfortunately, I'm afraid there is no time for me to absorb the water elements here." The Emperor of Heaven sighed and said, "It's all because of me that your matter has been delayed. Actually, even if you have time, you can't absorb the energy you want now. The nine-star alignment has already caused the energy aura of the whole heaven realm to change. Hurry up and leave. I can't hold on for too long. You must leave here immediately, otherwise it will be too late. Chiyu didn't say anything more and floated up. Blue light gushed out from his body, and the water thundercloud force wrapped around his body. Like an arrow, he shot towards the deep pool. The Emperor of Heaven's voice sounded, "Chiyu, I have already arranged for a powerful force to be in the Vatican. The Pope and the 4 red-robed archbishops have inherited the divine power I released. As long as they can fully use it, they will pose a great threat to hell. If you can't do it on your side, you don't have to help them." Chiyu's body slightly paused. "Don't worry, I have my own plans. Goodbye, mother of the child." "Farewell, father." The 6 blazing angels bowed towards the direction of the pool. At this moment, they naturally understood what had happened before. "Father? I have become the father?" Chiyu had a slightly pleased smile on his face as he dived into the deep pool. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura. This deep pool was actually very similar to the frigid spring from before. However, the energy here was much stronger. Unfortunately, the energy here was already somewhat distorted, probably due to the influence of the 9-star alignment. There was no more time to think. Chiyu fully activated the water thundercloud force in his body. With the help of the energy of the origin of nature, he quickly dived into the deep pool. Earth, Vatican City. Pope Marty stood in front of the Divangan shrine. At this moment, the 4 red-robed archbishops and a large number of clergymen of the Vatican were behind him. Everyone was silently chanting difficult incantations, while Marty's gaze remained fixed in midair. He knew that what was coming had finally come. Chapter 3:21. Pope Marty stood in front of the Divangan shrine. At this moment, 4 red-robed archbishops and a large number of clergymen of the Vatican were behind him. Everyone was silently chanting difficult incantations, while Marty's gaze remained fixed in midair. He understood that what was coming had finally come. The massive energy undulations were constantly rising, and every time it rose, it would bring great pressure to Malti. The sky had already turned black. It was daytime for Ming Ming, but at this moment, it seemed like night had arrived. The black energy continued to spread in the air. The 9-star alignment had already begun. Maldini knew that the greatest disaster in the history of mankind would probably arrive today. He was waiting. At this moment, as the highest leader of the Vatican, he could only face everything that was about to happen. Greece. Parthenon. Yama slowly opened her eyes as she sat cross-legged on her seat. Compared to before, the divine aura on her body was clearly much weaker. However, her beautiful eyes now had a much more human-like luster. 3 days ago, Yemu had already returned to the human world from the divine world. Under her blessing, the power of the divine world had been completely absorbed by the 12 constellation guardians. The time for the 9-star alignment was up. Everything happened faster than expected. The black aura also enveloped the sky above Greece and even the entire West. What was supposed to come had finally come. Yinhuang Republic, Tibet, Holy Buddha Temple. The rosary beads in Zagru's hand suddenly broke, and a total of 18 Bodhi seeds made contact with the ground, producing a tinkling sound. He opened his eyes. The light in Zagru's eyes suddenly became a little more strange. He let out a deep sigh. Earth's crisis is really coming, and this is just the beginning. Chiyu, why can't I sense your aura? Where are you? It looked like everything that happened next. It's no longer something I can predict. On this day, the government agencies in charge of astronomical phenomena on Earth all saw a strange astronomical phenomenon. The 9 planets on Earth suddenly sped up. The 9 planets lined up with the sun in an instant. Moreover, the speed of their revolution changed. With the sun as the center, the 9 planets maintained the same rotation speed and began to revolve around the sun in a straight line. This was the first time in thousands of years that something like this had happened. 9 stars aligned. The first consequence was that the Earth lost its sunlight. Everything became dark, silent, and gloomy. No matter how bright the light was, it couldn't brighten the darkness. An invisible shadow appeared in everyone's heart. The conquest of the various countries on Earth had begun to get chaotic. Every country wanted to figure out what was going on. However, even the most powerful nation, the United States, was unable to ascertain why this phenomenon had occurred. Hell, Satan stood at the edge of the myriad demons' gorge. The light in his eyes had already become incomparably intense. He had waited for so many years for this day to finally arrive. The energy in the myriad demons' gorge was becoming more and more unstable. He knew that the barrier that had troubled and obstructed the armies of hell for tens of thousands of years was finally about to open. Behind Satan, the fallen angel Lucifer and the princess of hell, Salinger, stood on his left and right respectively. Behind them were 1,000 generals of the hell army. The majority of them were from the black generals. They all had at least 2 wings. Behind these generals, a total of 3 million soldiers from the Burning Legion were ready to set off. In their eyes shone with a bloodthirsty and fiery light. The last time Chi-Yu had come to hell alone, it had greatly shocked Satan. Although it couldn't erase his ambition to go to Earth, it had given him a strong warning. After all, Chi-Yu was only one person. However, the destruction he brought to hell was simply too great. Not only did a large number of experts from the Burning Legion and the 4-winged experts from the Black Generals perish, even a large number of hellish creatures in the core circle of hell were destroyed. In the end, he even defeated Satan and Lucifer with the bull demon king he summoned. That kind of power already gave Satan a sense of fear. Thus, after Chi-Yu left, although Satan's heart was filled with rage, the wise monarch of hell immediately began his plans. On one hand, he united the underworld. On the other hand, he carried out a new round of recruitment in the entire hell. The Burning Legion, which originally only had 100,000 people, expanded to 3 million. Almost all the powerful people in hell were integrated. This time, the appearance of the 9 stars alignment could be considered as Satan staking everything in one throw. He had no way out. Either he successfully occupied Earth and destroyed everything that stood in his way, or hell would decline. Lungair's feelings were extremely complicated. After Chi-Yu left, her reputation in hell dropped greatly. At the same time, she was severely punished by Satan. However, she was Satan's only heir and his only relative. Just like what Lucifer had said, Satan wouldn't do anything to her. After the recruitment of the Burning Legion was completed, Lungair was released. She didn't want to go to Earth now because she didn't know how she should face Chi-Yu when she arrived on Earth. Suddenly, a huge amount of energy started to fluctuate violently in the sky above the Valley of Demons. Layers of bluish-purple lightning shot into the sky in a ring-shaped manner. The lightning attribute energy particles that were filled with righteousness were wreaking havoc. Even Satan, who was standing at the front, had no choice but to open his Demon King's domain to barely withstand it. It's starting. Everyone, get ready. Satan's eyes were filled with a fiery light. It's coming. It's coming. Just as he expected, the huge amount of lightning attribute energy dissipated at an unprecedented speed. In the blink of an eye, the sky had already turned bluish-purple. As the airflow fluctuated, the light in the sky began to distort. The bluish-purple light became less and less, and a pitch-black cave was revealed in the sky. The area of the cave continued to expand as the bluish-purple light disappeared. The restriction that had blocked the army of hell for countless years had finally disappeared. Satan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the opening passage in the sky. Earth. Humans on Earth. Darkness will envelop the world. Everything will become the territory of hell under my feet. At this time, countless roars suddenly rang out in the Valley of Demons. Then, a huge amount of energy soared into the sky. Thousands of figures were climbing up the Valley of Demons at an extremely fast speed. Satan did not panic because of their sudden appearance. The corner of the mouth revealed a smile. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of disdain as he slowly raised his right hand. The thousands of generals standing behind Lungair and Lucifer stepped forward at the same time. Energy instantly condensed, and a huge amount of darkness aura rose crazily. A black mist floated up. It formed a huge pressure. That's right, the restriction above had been activated. The ferocious demons that had been trapped in the Valley of Demons for many years were naturally the first to react. Although they had been in chaos for a long time because of Satan's departure, they had been trapped for so long. How could they restrain themselves when they suddenly discovered that the restriction above them had disappeared? However, when these thousands of figures climbed out of the Valley of Demons, they immediately discovered that they were already surrounded. The 3 million soldiers of the Burning Legion were all glowing with green flames. The huge military force stretched as far as the eye could see, especially the Demon King standing at the forefront, whose entire body was emitting an ice-cold aura, completely dashed the excitement and hope that had just risen in their hearts. Silence. After the 3,000 hell creatures climbed up the narrow valley, they fell into complete silence. They fell into complete silence, and the light of despair filled the eyes of every hell creature. If it was only the Burning Legion, they might have the courage to fight. After all, those who could be locked up by Satan were once powerhouses of hell. However, Satan was here, and so was the fallen angel Lucifer. In hell, the powerhouses were absolutely powerful. Even if Satan was alone, they still didn't have much hope of escaping. A 12-winged demon against a 6-winged hell creature at most. It would be a one-sided massacre. Satan coldly looked at the hell creatures that he had locked up for millions of years. His entire body emitted a monstrous aura. With the support of his subordinates behind him, the huge pressure made it difficult for the hell creatures to even breathe. Life or death? I'll give you a chance to choose. Choose death. I can immediately destroy your body and soul, and you'll disappear from this world forever. You've been locked up in the Valley of Demons for at least 1,000 years. I can let bygones be bygones for the mistakes you made back then. However, from now on, you must swear allegiance to me. As you can see, the entrance to Earth has already opened. Now is the time for hell to descend upon the human world. Your only chance is to obey all my orders and become the vanguard of hell's army. Now, I'll give you 10 breaths of time to choose. After 10 breaths of time, you'll be destroyed. The 12 wings on his back were fully unfurled, emitting the tyrannical aura of a devil king. The enormous energy fluctuations clearly showed that he was the strongest expert in the infernal realm. At this moment, in this place, in the infernal realm, he was the absolute devil god. There were no fools among the hell creatures. At the very least, none of the 3,000 who had just escaped from the Valley of Demons in front of Satan were fools. Sensing Satan's aura, although they were filled with hatred for this great demon king, none of them dared to resist because none of them wanted to commit suicide. If they weren't afraid of death, how could they have chosen not to commit suicide after being locked up for so many years? They had endured the torture of loneliness and persevered until now, all for the sake of survival. Now that Satan had given them a chance, they naturally knew what they should choose. The first expert from the Black General tribe knelt down. Immediately after, more and more hell creatures gradually knelt down, prostrating themselves in worship of the demon god in front of them. The 3,000 hell creatures, all of whom had been trapped for at least 1,000 years, knelt before Satan, awaiting his orders. For the sake of survival, they could only choose to submit. This was the only ending. A hint of gratification appeared in Satan's eyes. Good. You're worthy of being the experts of hell. Now, you'll form your own system, led by Lucifer. Children of hell, I, Satan, will lead you to Earth, the place we've dreamed of for countless years. Let darkness descend upon the human world. Let the aura of hell fill every corner of that world. Let's go. Satan was the first to fly. His 12 wings expanded in the air. Under his leadership, the army of hell streamed out and headed toward the passage to hell in the air. Under the influence of Satan's powerful magic, all the hell creatures were given the ability to fly. The black hole in the air continuously devoured their bodies, and they disappeared one by one. At this moment, the darkness on Earth was getting thicker and thicker. Earth. Pope Marty's expression turned ugly, because he felt an immense pressure. He knew that there was no longer any chance of luck for the Vatican. The army of hell had already arrived. Leading the experts of the Vatican, he was now on his way to Germany. This was because he knew that hell had made a lot of preparations to come to Earth, and the covenant of darkness was clearly the base that hell had established on Earth. They would definitely appear there first, and then begin their invasion of the entire Earth. The governments of various countries had already received the Pope's warrant. Some small countries did not care about this at all, but the big countries that had participated in the asteroid battle knew that the Pope was definitely not being an alarmist. Back then, Chiyu had used the Xianyuan sword to change the direction of the asteroid single-handedly, which had already shocked them too much. Therefore, all the big countries got busy, and a large number of troops began to be mobilized. In particular, Germany's own army, which was equipped with advanced weapons other than nuclear bombs, had already begun to gather in Berlin. The war between humans and hell was about to begin. The Pope's judgment was right. When Satan led the army of hell to Earth, their first stop was the Covenant of Darkness's Hell City. The area of Hell City was originally not enough to accommodate the Burning Legion's army. However, with Satan, the Lord of Hell, under the influence of his huge magic, the entire Hell City was instantly expanded by 10 times. The Burning Legion's army had already been stationed there. Before Satan came to Earth, he had not formulated any invasion plans at all. In his opinion, the ordinary humans on Earth could not pose any threat at all. The only ones who could pose a threat were human powerhouses like Chiyu. As long as they could completely destroy the human powerhouses, Earth would belong to hell. Lucifer, Hades, and the rest have arrived? Satan asked in a deep voice as he sat on the main seat of the Covenant of Darkness's conference hall. Lucifer nodded and said, "I have already contacted Hades, the Lord of the Underworld. He has already led his army to Earth. However, the place where they open the passage is within the borders of America. I believe that the Lord of the Underworld has already begun to make his move." America? That seems to be the largest country on Earth. Satan's gaze shifted to the chairman of the Darkness faction. This was the first time that the chairman of the Darkness faction had seen the Demon King in person. When he heard Satan's question, he hurriedly stepped forward and replied in fear and trepidation, "Yes, Your Majesty. America is the strongest country of the human race. It is a superpower. Although they do not have many powerhouses, the technological prowess of America cannot be underestimated. Fortunately, they used almost all of their nuclear bombs when the asteroid hit Earth. Now, their overall combat power has been greatly reduced. With the underworld gnawing on this tough bone, I'm afraid that they might not be able to successfully occupy this country. You should know that America's mechas and various advanced weapons are still very powerful." Satan snorted disdainfully. "I don't care what Hades does. We will use this place as a base and immediately begin to sweep through the various Western countries on Earth. We must completely destroy all forces that can resist us in a short period of time. Pass down my order. The Burning Legion is to set off. The targets of destruction are the armies of the various countries on Earth and all forces that dare to resist us. Do not lay your hands on ordinary human civilians. Those ordinary humans will become our slaves in the future." Satan had never thought of completely destroying the human race. That was not his goal. There were many things about the human race that he liked very much, such as movies. What he wanted was to rule the entire human race and make all humans his slaves. "Yes, Your Majesty." All the generals of hell who were able to participate in this pre-war meeting bowed in unison. At this time, Hell City suddenly shook violently. Bursts of rumbling sounds came from all directions. The chairman of the Darkness faction's expression changed greatly. He cried out involuntarily, "Not good. We have encountered a large number of attacks. It seems that the humans are not prepared to sit and wait for death." Satan said indifferently, "So what? The original plan remains the same. They came just in time. It saves me the trouble of looking for these ordinary humans. Let's begin. Hell has descended." That's right. At this time, Hell City, where the Dark Parliament was located, had been surrounded by the armies of various human countries. Among them were Germany, the United States, France, Britain, and several other major countries. Although the various governments did not fully believe the Pope's words, they still sent a lot of well-equipped troops. A total of 4 armies appeared on the outskirts of Berlin. The Pope led his subordinates and was currently together with the generals of the Allied army. Although Hell City was hidden, the Pope naturally had a way to find it after fighting against the Dark Parliament for so many years. Under the guidance of the experts of the Holy See, the missiles and tanks of various countries were launched at the same time and began to bombard the territory of Hell City. That was why there was a reaction from within Hell City. General Roche, as the marshal of this Allied army, looked at the Pope with some doubt. He said, "Your Majesty, our Allied army has already launched hundreds of surface-to-surface missiles. Why is there no reaction at all?" He was obviously doubting the Pope's order. Marty said with a sullen face, "Don't worry. I have already felt their presence. Very powerful. He was much, much stronger than before. Mr. General, order your troops to prepare for battle. What we're going to face is not an ordinary army, but a powerhouse from hell. In order to defend Earth, you must believe me. Only I have the confidence to defeat them. I wonder how many silver bullets you have prepared this time?" Roche frowned and said, "Your Majesty, are we going to launch missiles? As for the silver bullets you mentioned, we have not prepared them. I don't believe there is any difference between silver and steel. That will only become a waste of resources for the various countries." Marty's expression suddenly changed. He said hoarsely, "What? You have not prepared silver weapons? If you do not have silver weapons, I'm afraid you will not even have the ability to fight against the army of hell." Roche snorted. He was not a believer of the Holy See, nor had he participated in the battle on the asteroid. He really did not understand why the European Union would listen to the Pope and gather a large number of troops here. "Your Majesty, although I do not reject your faith, please do not be alarmist. I have always been an atheist." Just as Marty was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. He said dejectedly, "Facts speak louder than words. General Roche, you will pay an irreversible price for your decision. They are here. That's right, they are here." Hell City appeared out of thin air on the outskirts of Berlin without any warning. It was a completely black city. Under the illumination of the Allied army's lights, the entire Hell City floated about 100 meters above the ground. That enormous dark aura and the purple sun of Hell City emitted an unprecedentedly powerful energy wave. A layer of black fog surged out. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the Allied forces of the 4 countries, countless black figures floated down. Hell's invasion war had truly begun from this moment. Quickly launch the missiles and destroy that city. Without Roche's orders, almost all the armies of the various countries reacted the moment they discovered the appearance of Hell City. After all, they were the elite armies of the various countries. Countless missiles bombarded the direction of Hell City in an even more concentrated manner than before, bringing with it a series of ear-piercing whistles. Satan stood on the walls of Hell City and looked coldly at the concentrated missiles. His eyes shone brightly, and a circle of dark red light was instantly released with his body as the center. The huge dark red energy, supported by the 12 wings flapping on his back, enveloped the entire Hell City in the blink of an eye. Countless explosions occurred at the same time, shaking the entire Berlin. The ensuing explosions brought with them a huge shockwave, causing a large number of the armies at the forefront to be blown away by the shockwave. The deafening roar deafened the ears of at least thousands of soldiers. The dark red light disappeared, and the underworld city remained unscathed. Satan was still standing on the city walls. He had a look of surprise on his face. The weapons of the humans can actually reach such a level. I actually needed to use 30% of my strength to defend against it. It seems that it was not a mistake for me to enlist the 3 million burning legion here. The real battle had just begun. No, the scene before his eyes could no longer be described as a battle. It was a completely one-sided massacre. Was the tank sturdy? To humans, it was a terrifying weapon. However, to the hell beasts, tanks were nothing. The armor was no different from paper. The powerful hell creatures relied on their sturdy bodies to fight the human army head-on. The first to be destroyed were the defenseless ground troops. The bullets in their hands could only leave white marks on the hell creatures. Even armor-piercing bullets couldn't deal much damage to the hell army. As for the burning legion's hellish creatures, but in their eyes, he had become the god of death. Wherever the green flames went, they not only burned the flesh, but also the souls of the human soldiers. In front of the green flames, steel instantly turned into molten iron. The burning legion had already mobilized 50,000 people. These creatures of hell were under the command of the Hell Commander. Almost as soon as Satan blocked the missile attack, the burning legion began to retreat. They immediately charged into the human camp. General Ross stared at the holographic screen in front of him, dumbfounded. His face had already become extremely ugly. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead, but he didn't feel anything. His body was trembling. The ones that appeared on the screen, they were creatures he had never seen before. He watched as one army after another was destroyed by these monsters filled with dark aura. Hell City was like a huge rock, pressing heavily on his heart. He knew he was wrong. He was really wrong. Your Highness, When he turned around to look for Marty, he found that Marty and his men had disappeared. Ross slumped into the chair, his body trembling. He didn't know what to do. Report. Marshal, England's 1st Armored Division and 1st Tank Division have been completely wiped out. At least 80% of the 4 countries' armies have been destroyed by unknown enemies. Request for reinforcements. Roche slammed the table in front of him. That was fast. In just 10 minutes, tens of thousands of people have been injured. What about the missile troops? There are also heavy firepower troops. Fire at full force and blow them up. At the same time, immediately notify the various countries' armies and request for reinforcements. On Roche's side, he was hurriedly issuing orders one after another. The generals of the four-nation coalition army were busy, but at this time, they had no fighting spirit because they were not facing humans. They were terrifying creatures that came from nowhere. They had unimaginable attack and defense capabilities. Normal weapons were useless against them. The missiles and heavy firepower roared once again. Ross was able to become the marshal of the Allied forces because he had a certain level of ability. This time, he chose to completely abandon the ground forces and launched a destructive attack on the Hell Legion with carpet bombing. Even if it was Satan, in the face of this kind of suicidal attack that disregarded his allies, it was impossible for him to completely protect his subordinates with his ability. No matter how strong the Burning Legion was, their bodies had a limit. After a round of powerful bombardment, the Burning Legion's momentum was finally stopped. There were also some casualties. Of course, compared to humans, this number of casualties was almost negligible. The 4 countries' allied forces for high-tech armies had a total of 100,000 people. The only ones that could still fight were the missile troops and heavy firepower troops at the rear. At least 50,000 people had been destroyed by the Burning Legion's attack. There were countless injured and disabled people. A large number of weapons were destroyed. As for the Hell Legion, they were only temporarily stopped. Marty had already led the Vatican's powerhouses to the front line. Every member of the Vatican's face was pale because they saw a scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. The bombardment of missiles had destroyed the enemy and the remaining 4 countries' armies. At this moment, what appeared before them was a completely scorched land. The Burning Legion had temporarily retreated to Hell City. However, the missiles couldn't cause any damage to Hell City. There was no longer a need for Satan to defend. The powerhouses under him released their energy and completely blocked the human allied forces' missiles outside Hell City. Marty's face revealed a trace of sadness. Hell is finally here, and it came so quickly. We haven't even completed the final preparations, and they're already here. Vatican, listen to my orders and prepare for battle. The number of people in the Vatican was insignificant compared to the allied forces of the 4 countries. With Marty as the leader, the Vatican's holy knights, knights of light, clergymen from the Court of Judgment, and bishops from all the major churches in the world added up to only about 3,000 people. However, this was already the Vatican's full strength. A deep chant with a desolate aura rang out, and a layer of faint milky white light appeared on every member of the Vatican's clergy. The holy aura dispersed the darkness in front of them, and as they continued to rise, the energy waves of the Vatican were revealed. At this moment, the governments that received the report from the Allied forces were panicking. However, even if they sent their fastest troops, they wouldn't be able to reach Berlin in a short time. The battle had already begun once again. Satan waved his hand, and Lucifer was the first to fly out. This time, the Burning Legion had only sent 3,000 people. However, these 3,000 people were from the 10,000 Demons Valley. However, they were no longer facing the Allied forces of the four countries. Instead, they were facing Pope Marty and his clergymen of the Vatican. The milky white light collided with the dark aura. The battle between the powerhouses had finally begun. In the United States, the gray air current was like a plague. In just one day, it had attacked the entire state of Kansas. At least millions of civilians were completely destroyed by the gray air current. The entire state of Kansas was completely shrouded in a gray sea. Chapter 3:22. In order to salvage the situation, the strongest mecha warriors of the United States had finally joined the battle. However, could they stop the sweeping gray energy? Hades was sitting on the chair that had originally belonged to the governor of Kansas. He wasn't in a hurry to expand his territory. Instead, he was consolidating his power in Kansas. Hades looked even more handsome than Satan. His entire body exuded a feminine aura, and his fair skin looked even more delicate than a woman's. He was about 2 meters tall, and his entire body was covered in a layer of grayish-black armor. His long, pale hair was draped over his back. At the moment, his subordinates and the governor of Kansas were standing in front of his desk. So this is the structure of the world on Earth. Does that mean that we have arrived at the largest country on Earth this time? Hades' voice was just like his appearance. It was filled with a feminine aura. His face was even more beautiful than a woman's, and there was a faint smile on it. The governor of Kansas was trembling nonstop. If an ordinary person saw Hades for the first time, they would definitely think that he was a superstar. Other than being a little feminine, his appearance could almost be described as perfect. However, the governor knew that the person sitting in front of him was definitely a demon. A true demon. It had only been a short day. Before this person had come here, he had already obtained a lot of information. More than 4 million civilians had been killed in Kansas. However, there were less than 100 people who had killed them. However, every single one of these people possessed extremely powerful strength that humans simply couldn't resist. The structure of the underworld was completely different from that of hell. On the contrary, there were many similarities with the divine realm. After all, the underworld king Hades was from the divine realm. There were only 81 netherworld generals under him. However, although there were only 81 of them, they possessed extremely terrifying combat abilities. It was easier to control, and it was also more flexible. This was why the underworld king of the underworld, Hades, was able to contend against hell. Hades smiled and said gently, "Governor, yes, you're the governor, right? From now on, you can be my advisor. After I unify the human world, I might even give you a high position." No, I've told you everything you want to know. Please let me go." The governor's body was trembling, but his heart was filled with fear. But he still had some dignity. If he really submitted to Hades, then he would probably become the target of the entire human race. Even if he died, he didn't want such a situation to happen. Hades snorted and said, "Is that still up to you?" With a wave of his right hand, a gray light floated over and devoured the Kansas governor's body amidst a shrill scream. The gray energy was clearly filled with corrosive effects. Soon, the Kansas governor's entire body had turned completely gray, and his hair had also turned the same color as Hades. There was not a single trace of life left in his body. His eyes became dull and lifeless, losing all color of life. "All right, you may leave. From now on, you are my servant." Hades frowned and looked at the governor of Kansas. "Yes, my respected master." The Kansas governor had completely lost his original memory and consciousness. After bowing respectfully to Hades, he immediately retreated. Hades looked at his retreating figure and snorted disdainfully. Life force is too weak. It can't even be considered a tonic. I really don't understand why the humans on Earth are so weak, yet they can rule this core world. If not for the underworld's barrier, I'm afraid I would have completely devoured this place long ago. Millsap, yes, your highness. Please give me your instructions. A netherworld general shrouded in gray fog appeared silently in front of Hades. Hades said coldly, "Go. Order everyone to temporarily stop expanding. With Kansas as the boundary, turn all the humans here into netherworld servants. After consolidating, continue expanding." "Yes, your majesty." The gray figure disappeared like smoke. A bloodthirsty light suddenly appeared in Hades' eyes, and he licked his lips in a somewhat intoxicated manner. Earth is indeed a very good place. Darkness has descended on the human world. Ha ha, Satan, when the time comes, it will be up to you and me to fight. Yes, darkness had already enveloped the western part of the Earth at the same time the 9-star alignment appeared. As time passed, it was no longer possible for the governments of the various countries to conceal all of this. Immediately, the entire Western world fell into a state of panic. Western countries dispatched a large number of troops to contend against these unknown enemies. However, the result was that most of them were wiped out. The power of Satan and Hades began to spread rapidly in the West like a plague. At the same time, the shackles around his body disappeared. Chiyu only felt his body lighten, and he had already returned to the human world. However, before he landed in the Dragonfield courtyard, he already clearly felt a huge pressure coming from the air. Darkness, complete darkness. Although the lights of the Dragonfield courtyard looked very dazzling in the darkness, that feeling of oppression was clearly transmitted to every part of Chiyu's body. That incomparably huge aura was completely described by the celestial bodies. With the appearance of the 9-star alignment, the entire human world had completely fallen into darkness. There were no changes in the Dragonfield courtyard. It was still as quiet as ever. The first thing Chiyu did was to find Uncle Zhou. "Chiyu, you're finally back. Do you know what exactly is going on?" Since yesterday, there has been a huge upheaval all over the world. Moreover, the darkness seems to have extended infinitely, and the sun still hasn't appeared. Uncle Zhou said to Chiyu anxiously. Frowning, Chiyu said in a deep voice, "Uncle Zhou, don't be anxious. What exactly happened on Earth? Please tell me in detail." Uncle Zhou nodded and said, "According to our country's news, a large number of unknown creatures have suddenly appeared in the Western countries, including the United States. They have attacked the Western countries. Without any warning, millions of people have died in the United States and Germany, which bore the brunt of the attack. No one knows how these dark creatures came about. Although the situation has been somewhat under control, the losses of the various countries are still increasing. It's coming. It's really coming," Chiyu muttered to himself. At the same time, 2 rays of light filled with battle intent instantly shot out from his eyes. Since it had already come, it was time for him to make a move. "Uncle Zhou, have there been any unknown creatures in Yanhuang and the East?" Chiyu was still a little worried about his initial judgment. Since evil creatures had appeared in the West, would there be any in the East as well? If that was the case, even if he wanted to help the Western countries, he wouldn't be able to do it. Uncle Zhou shook his head and said, "It's fine. This situation did not appear in our country. Because of the changes in the West, our country has already begun to mobilize the military forces of the major military regions. If nothing happened here, the government is preparing to send troops to the West to help them deal with those unknown creatures." "Chiyu, do you think this is an alien attack on Earth?" Chiyu shook his head and said no. "Uncle Zhou, don't ask. I'll leave the Dragonfield courtyard to you. I want to understand the situation immediately. If anything happens here, you can call me on my cell phone." After saying this, Chiyu once again rose into the air. After returning from the heaven realm, he didn't even have time to rest and went straight to the capital city. The information that Uncle Zhou knew was limited. If he wanted to know more, then, looking for the Yanhuang soul was definitely the right choice. As Chiyu flew in the air, He dialed Ji Zhongming's number. Qiyu, is that you? Where are you? I can't find you no matter how I look for you. When I call your phone, you always tell me that you're not in the service area. What's wrong with you? Didn't you already change to a satellite phone? Ji Zhongming's voice was full of urgency. Qiyu laughed bitterly in his heart. Even if it was a satellite phone, there was no signal in the heaven realm. Uncle, I'm sorry, I just came back from a long journey. I already know what happened, and I'm on the way to the Yin Huang Soul Land. Oh, you're there too, right? That's great. Let's talk when we meet. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Qiyu's body suddenly accelerated. With his current flying speed, he arrived at the Yin Huang Soul Headquarters main building in a few breaths. When Qiyu walked into the main building, he met Jita, who had come out to meet him. Jita didn't even have much time to communicate with him, and immediately pulled Qiyu into the secret passage to the Yin Huang Soul Headquarters. The Yin Huang Soul Headquarters was abnormally busy. In the past, when Qiyu came here, most of the Yin Huang Soul members were lazy, either resting or chatting. But today was completely different. Everyone's faces were filled with nervousness, and the entire Yin Huang Soul was already operating at high speed. Qiyu, General Ji Zhongming, saw Qiyu and immediately walked over. At this moment, he was discussing something with a few Yin Huang Soul powerhouses. Uncle, I'm here. I need to know the details now. Can you tell me everything you know? General Ji Zhongming nodded and waved to the others, letting them go about their own work. He brought Qiyu inside alone and came to the innermost big screen. Qiyu, look, this is the latest news we've sent back. They're all from the Western countries. They've already officially requested help from our country and the Russian government. As he spoke, the big screen had already lit up. The first thing Qiyu saw was Hell City floating in the darkness. Moreover, he saw the scene of the missiles bombarding Hell City being blocked by Satan's domain. Satan, you've finally come. Uncle, where is this place? Germany. This is Germany. The unknown creatures that appeared in the West mainly appeared in two places. One was Germany, and the other was America. Right now, Germany and America have entered a state of national alert. The troops of the European Union countries are gathering in Germany, and the troops of America and Canada are also gathering in America. The image changed. This time, it was the American state of Kansas, which was filled with a gray aura. The image showed a large number of humans gathered on the street. Every single one of them had a layer of gray aura around them, and their eyes were dull and lifeless. Although there were many of them, they were very quiet, and they were all slowly moving in one direction. Above these people, there were a few unknown creatures shrouded in gray fog floating. It seemed to be driving these people forward. The situation on both sides is different. The situation on the German side is relatively better. At least the number of civilian casualties is not too high. However, the number of enemies is relatively higher. Their attack power is too strong. The damage that modern weapons can do to them is very limited. On the other hand, the situation in America is not optimistic. First of all, there are tens of millions of people in Kansas. However, apart from those who are dead, the rest seem to have been enslaved by the enemy. As you can see, these Americans seem to have lost their minds. The army can't fire at them. The United States, the world's largest country, is now in an unprecedented crisis. Seeing these two scenes did not surprise Qiyu too much. Just as he had guessed, hell and the underworld had descended at the same time, appearing in Germany and the United States respectively. He had a better understanding of the situation in hell, but now it seemed that the underworld was even more terrifying than hell. What kind of opponent would the underworld King Hades be? Uncle, has the Roman Catholic Church made a move? Qiyu asked. Ji Changming said, the Roman Catholic Church's ability users have already participated in the war on the German side. With them as the core, together with the troops of various countries, they are barely able to suppress the enemy. However, they are still losing ground. Now, the European Union countries can be said to be using their lives to stop the enemy's advance. Basically, all the weapons that can be used have been put to use. However, the lethality of modern weapons against the enemy is too low. Only the holy energy of the ability users of the Roman Catholic Church can have a better effect. It is said that the various governments have started to manufacture silver weapons according to the Pope's proposal, hoping that they can be of some use. Silver weapons? Chi was a little puzzled. He did not know if silver weapons could cause any damage to hell creatures, but now it seemed that Satan's army had not been fully deployed yet. It seemed that they were just testing the waters. It seemed that the Roman Catholic Church was in big trouble this time. However, since the Roman Catholic Church had already made a move, what about the Greek side? Uncle, did the Greek guardians participate in the war? Ji Changming shook his head and said, I don't know about that. This is all the information we got. It has only been a little more than a day, and the whole West is in chaos. No one can care too much. Chiyu, do you know where these unknown creatures came from? Will they also appear in our country? Chi, you could be said to be the most authoritative and powerful of the Eastern ability users. When he led the Zodiac army to solve the problem of the asteroids, the world's governments had already spread the saying that the strong of the East were invincible. At this time, in the face of these unknown creatures, Ji Changming naturally wanted to understand the situation from Chiyu. If even Chiyu did not know, then it was even more impossible for others to know. Chiyu said, Uncle, I basically understand the situation this time. It is impossible for these two enemies to appear in the East, at least not before they completely occupy the West. However, Uncle, we can't be careless. It is the Burning Hell Legion that appeared in Germany. I don't know if you have heard of the Western legends. The Roman Catholic Church exists. At the same time, there is the Dark Parliament. The Roman Catholic Church believes in heaven, and the Dark Parliament believes in hell. This time, the solar system has a miracle of 9 stars aligned, which has not been seen in 10,000 years, causing hell to come to the human world. What did you say? Hell? Does hell really exist? Ji Changming looked at Chiyu, dumbfounded. Chiyu let out a bitter laugh. That's right. Actually, there are many things that only exist in legends. Not only in the West, but also in the East. So now the whole world is in a panic. Simply put, in our solar system, there are actually many different planes, and some of these planes are righteous. Some are evil. However, these planes can't easily come to Earth. Earth is the center of all the planes in the entire solar system. However, these planes are also connected to Earth, but they are blocked by a huge seal. This time, the appearance of the 9 stars aligned caused the passage between the evil plane and Earth to open, causing hell and the underworld that appeared in America to come to the human world. They're the two most powerful in the evil plane. Their goal is to rule the whole of Earth and maintain darkness within the boundaries of Earth forever, as long as they can fill Earth with the aura of darkness. Being shrouded by evil, then the 9 stars aligned situation will continue. If that happens, humanity will suffer a disaster. I'm afraid it won't be any worse than an asteroid hitting Earth. Hell? The underworld? General Ji Changming's expression had already become very ugly. Chiyu, what should we do now? Should we go and support the Western countries? If the West is finished, we will also be greatly threatened. Why don't we go and help them now? Chiyu slowly nodded his head. You're right. That's what I thought as well. However, I still have a doubt in my heart. That is the appearance of the evil plane in the West. But what about the East? Will there also be evil forces in the East and cause huge losses to our country? Hearing what Chiyu said, Ji Changming's expression suddenly changed. This was what he absolutely did not want to see, and it was also the problem that the Yanhuang government was most worried about. Then what should we do? If our troops are dispatched, they will be attacked by unknown creatures. If that happened, the losses to our country would be too great. You have to know, we're the most populous country in the world. Whether it's Germany or the United States, as long as it happens in our country, the damage to the people will be many times greater. For a moment, Ji Changming also fell into a state of panic. Ever since he became a general, this was the first time he felt so flustered. If it wasn't for Chiyu, who was like a pillar in the sky, he was afraid that he would have immediately reported to the Yanhuang military commission. Chiyu was very calm, and his handsome face was as calm as an ancient well. His eyes flashed as he said, Uncle, You don't have to worry. Do you trust me? Ji Changming immediately nodded and said, Of course I trust you. Maybe you don't know it, but you're now our country's biggest secret weapon. You have become our country's biggest deterrent to other Western countries. Say it, your opinion will definitely be valued by the central government. Chi Yu's heart warmed. The country's affirmation and attention made him know that everything he had done in the past was not in vain. His eyes flashed coldly as he said calmly, Then that's it for now. Continue to gather the forces of the major military regions, ready to deal with any possible changes. However, stop the aid to the Western countries. Are we really not going to help them? But this is not in line with the style of the Yanhuang Republic. Chi Yu, you have to understand that our country has always been. Chi Yu smiled and nodded. Of course I understand what kind of country Yanhuang is. Don't worry. I did not make this decision because I am afraid that our soldiers and national strength will be damaged. The reason why I said this is because even if our troops reach the West, the help they can provide will be very limited. Moreover, it is very likely that there will be huge casualties. If that is the case, why send them to their deaths? Let me be honest with you. To deal with the demons of hell and the underworld that have appeared in the West, what is needed is not technology or human wave tactics, but experts. True experts. The army is not needed. Among the soldiers of Yanhuang, only the members of the Yanhuang soul sect can go against them. Moreover, they will not be of much use. If that is the case, why not let all the military forces of our country be prepared and prepare for the changes that may occur in our country at any time? At the same time, I will tell you the four of them later. Luofa, contact them and tell them that I said it. Let the four great families gather their forces together. If anything happens in the East, they will have to deal with it. If something happens in the East, then they must go up at the first moment to fight against the enemy. No matter what plane of evil appears, they must hold out until I return. That's the only way we can minimize our losses when the situation changes. Chi Yu, you mean you want to go? Ji Zhongming was shocked. Looking at Chi Yu's calm face, he suddenly felt a sense of respect. Chi Yu smiled slightly. He nodded and said, Yes, I want to go. Because I have to go. I can ignore the life and death of the Vatican and the Greek protectors. But the civilians of the West are innocent. Moreover, just like you said, if the battle does not end in the West, once it spreads to our East, the lives of Yanhuang will be lost. Humans are selfish, and so am I. I must do my best to end this battle in the West. Please report my exact words to your superiors. I will set out at once to aid the West. There's no need to use our country's strength. I believe that with the help of our Zodiac army, the Western world will be able to deal with the Zodiac army. This is already the greatest help I can offer. Ji Zhongming nodded and said, All right, I'll report to my superiors at your command. However, if you want to go to the West, you must be careful. After all, that is a legendary evil person. Chi Yu smiled confidently and said, Uncle, oh no, actually I should call you father-in-law. Don't worry, I've already fought with them, and it won't be easy for them to destroy me. After this is over, I will propose to Ming Ming and the others. At that time, don't reject me as your son-in-law. Ji Zhongming unhappily glared at Chi Yu and said, You little brat, you still have the time to think about this. Whether or not I agree will wait until you come back. If you want to promise you, the first thing you have to do is to come back alive. Oh, right? Are you bringing Ming Ming with you this time as well? As the general of Yanhuang, I should not doubt your command. However, as a father, I have to ask you to protect Ming Ming well. I want to see you both appear before me at the same time after the battle. Can you do that? Chi Yu stood at attention and gave a not-so-standard military salute. Yes, General. I promise to complete the mission. With that, with a smile on his face and a gratified nod from Ji Zhongming, his figure had already quietly disappeared. Looking at where Chi Yu had been standing, Ji Zhongming could not help but shake his head helplessly. But very quickly he laughed. This brat, besides being a bit of a playboy, he is indeed a perfect son-in-law. Brat, you must bring Ming Ming back alive. As long as you can come back, I will agree to anything. As he muttered to himself, the smile on Ji Zhongming's face gradually faded. He reached out and grabbed the wireless communication device beside him. In a low voice, he said, "Connect me to the military commission. Be quick. I am Ji Zhongming." After leaving the building, Qiyu suddenly felt his blood boil. Because of the darkness in the sky, the street lights were all on, and there was an endless stream of pedestrians. Although it was much less than usual, Qiyu did not see much worry on the faces of the people of Yanhuang in the capital. In the capital, there were tall buildings in great numbers, and everywhere was full of vitality. However, under the shroud of darkness, how long could such vitality last? Qiyu was very clear about what he was carrying on his shoulders. He looked deeply at the people walking in front of the building, and his figure disappeared again. "People of the motherland, I am going. Don't worry, I will never let the people of hell and the underworld step into Yanhuang, and I will never let you suffer from their torment." The 9-star alignment was the descent of darkness into the world. In fact, it did not only bring about the two powerful evil planes, hell and the underworld. Without the shroud of sunlight, Earth lost many things. Every day, the losses were astronomical. First of all the solar equipment had lost its function. Without the photosynthesis of sunlight, all the plants on Earth stopped growing and gradually developed in the direction of decline. Without the illumination of sunlight, people's bodies would gradually become weak. Sunlight was something that people rarely paid attention to in daily life, but it was the most essential thing in human life. Darkness would only bring about the aura of coldness and destruction. Only by finding sunlight again and dispelling the darkness could everything on Earth return to normal. Extreme speed. This was the ability that Qiyu was using now. It was the latest ability given to him by the Thundercloud Force. At this time, he had entered the range of the international waters and was flying quickly towards the west. In the heavenly realm, in order to help the Emperor of Heaven, he had consumed a lot of energy. After that, he returned to the human world through the strange lake that was full of powerful pressure. His own energy had been consumed by more than 70%. If it were not for the fact that his water thundercloud force was strong enough, he was afraid that he would have been destroyed on the way back from the heavenly realm. After returning to Earth, he did not even have time to rest before he had to go into battle again. At this time, although his heart was full of fighting spirit, his body could not bear it. And the process of rushing to the west, now was the best time for him to rest. For the current Qiyu, it would take less than 3 hours to reach the west from Yanhuang. In these 3 hours, he had already activated his mind power and soul power, opening up his body and mind. His own origin energy entered a dormant state, while the 4 elements of the thundercloud force frantically absorbed the energy molecules in the air to replenish its consumption. Qiyu's target was Hell City. Yes, Hell City. It was not because Germany was closer to Yanhuang than the United States, but because it was not the Greek guardians who were facing Hell City. No matter what Apollo had said to him, he would never forget his hatred for Yamu, Wen Ting, Klinsmann, and the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus Queen. 3 lives. That was something that could not be erased. He had not forgotten that the Pope was also Qiyu's enemy. However, when placed together with Yamu, the Pope's hatred seemed to be much lighter. A gentleman's revenge was a dish best served cold. When faced with a situation of right and wrong, although Qiyu could temporarily hide his hatred in the depths of his heart, he was still unwilling to go to the United States to deal with the underworld. This was because he knew that as the successor of Goddess Athena, Yamu must have already taken her constellation guardians to the underworld to deal with the underworld king Hades.